Good afternoon, participants, respected professors, learned faculties, research scholars, and all the participants. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So today we are in the day 6 of AICTE-ATAL sponsored 6 days online FDP program on fostering intellectual property rights strategies for advancing healthcare and medical technology innovations. So today we will be having 3 sessions. Session 1 will be on the topic commercialization of IP protected biomedical innovations, which will be delivered by Dr. S.R. Satish Kumar, an industrial expert. And session 2 will be on the topic IPR strategies for advancing medical device technology, which will be delivered by Dr. Padmavati from IIT Kharagpur. And session 3 will be on the topic artificial intelligence driven patent search and drafting, which will be delivered by Dr. Balaji, KPR Institution, Coimbatore. Coming to the first session, Dr. S.R. Satish Kumar is an accomplished microbiologist with over 16 years of research and academic experience in the field of microbiology, food safety, and biotechnology. Currently, he is serving as an application scientist at VFL Sciences Private Limited, Chennai. He has previously held several key positions such as Head National Reference Lab Project Coimbatore. Purification and characterization of bioactive compounds. His professional expertise includes microbiological research, enzyme development, bioactive compound extraction, animal handling techniques, proficiency testing as per ISO 17043, and quality system auditing as per ISO. Lectures at and international conferences. He has also received multiple research awards for his publications. His work reflects a blend of academic excellence, applied research, and industry expertise, making him a distinguished contributor in the domain of microbiology, food safety, and biotechnology. Dr. Satish Kumar, sir,
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Shaktil, for giving the nice introduction. It's my immense pleasure to be part of this faculty development program, which is under the IP topic. So I will move on to the session. I hope that my slides are visible.
yes, sir, your slides are visible.
Yeah. So as a part of this faculty development program, the topic which I chosen for today's session is that commercialization of IP protected, especially on the biomedical innovations. So because we all belong the life science backgrounds, we know how much importance in the biomedical innovations because every day we are seeing lot of innovations coming out, but it's how it's are protected with IP.
Your
So in this
audio.
session, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. So with this thing in this session, we're going to discuss about the introduction, the key steps in commercialization, and especially how these IP policies are incorporated with Make in India system and Bio E3 and technology transfer. These are the key headings which I'm going to cover along with some of the additional information also. First, we're going to talk about the introduction of biomedical innovations. So as I mentioned, the biomedical innovations are encompassing in pharmaceutical, biomedical devices, diagnostics and digital health solution. It holds immense potential to improve healthcare outcomes and drive economic growth. So you recently you all know that what is the recent biomedical innovation we can say is vaccines for COVID, and also we have developed various pacemakers and diagnostic kits under the Make in India policy. So with these, all techniques are protected with the IP process, especially in the biomedical innovation comes. It have the complete legal rights granted to the innovators or organizations to protect the creations from unauthorized use. If you take even in India, there are so many legal cases are getting filed out in order terms of using the brand logos, the colors, and the product name, everything. Still, many cases are every day is getting filed because of this lack of awareness of IP process. So, in order to avoid such kind of thing, the intellectual property in biomedical innovation is going to plays a very important role to protect the creations from the unauthorized use. So last 5 days, you may know the overview of IP process. Here also just I'm sharing the basic concepts of IP protection methods. That is trade secrets where we can protect confidential information, and patents we can able to protect novel inventions, and copyright where we can protect original works of authorship, and finally the trademarks where we can able to protect brand names and logos. So these are the overview of our IP protection methods. So we're going to talk about the role of IP, especially in the biomedical innovation. So why we need to do these things? Because all the research activity what we are doing in our lab, our aim is that we want to get the commercialized. So the role of IP is very important in biomedical innovation in terms of encourages R&D investment by ensuring exclusive rights. Also, it attracts investors and collaborators, and mainly where we are going to work on the technology transfer and licensing to the industry. Then only what are the research which we are developing, it will may reach the user level. So the technology transfer is going to be very important with the help of IP. Then is going to provide a competitive edge in the market. So because every day we are coming with new products, so that all possible because of this IP protection as well as the government funding supports. The main important step here is that achieving the strategic IP management. How we going to do this IP management? First, we need to do the research. So what we going to do? What is our goal? So that we need to be able to predetermine. Then we have to go for the patent filing. Once our research is developed by using our innovative ideas, then we need to go for the yearly patent filing. Once the process is over, then we need to move on the IP strategy development, which help you to compare with the product development with the help of comparing the competitor monitoring. So with this kind of techniques, where you can able to develop your products into the market trouble with the help of IP protective management. So what is the importance? Why we need to do these kind of IP policies when we are doing our research? So very simple, you have to understand here that we being a researcher, it's very difficult to take our product, our research into the market. So we need some mediator. That mediator can be any organization or any industry. So with the help of this IP, where we can able to collaborate with the industry to make a commercialization of product. So this IP to bridge the gap to the market from the researcher. So this is one of the main aspects. Even India government also strongly insisting to develop many IP policies to protect our research activities. So now we are slowly moving into the very important topic, how to commercialize our research or our products with the help of IP policy. The commercialization process includes various steps. First, we need to identify the opportunity. Simply, we cannot do our research or product development without knowing the opportunity. So first, we need to identify what is the opportunity for our research activity. Then you have to work on the product developments. Once the product developed, you have to move to the research. So how to execute in the market level and next level. So you have to planning in terms of doing the market research. Then you have to create the business plan, how to collaborate, where to invest. So that kind of business plan need to be executed when we are doing this kind of research activity. Once if you have the plan, product, everything is created, then you have to go for the secure funding, because we are whatever things which we are doing only in the lab level. So when you are going to the commercialized level, we need more funding. So in order to get that secure funding, we have to work with various industries. Then we have to work about the launch of the product. Then finally, how to evaluate and adapt according to the market industry. So like from our lab to market, we have multiple steps to commercialize our product. So if we can say with all this process can be executed only the process of IP, because this IP going to be act as a backbone for your commercialization of your product. So without IP, you cannot collaborate with any of industry or any of investors, so that in future it may lead to the various problems in terms of sharing the business. So it's always better to make a proper IP process when you are going to the product development. So here we have two types of IP related invention disclosure and assessment process. So from the lab, how we can able to develop our invention disclosure means we need to submit the inventions to the TTO. So this TTO will make the evaluation or assessment whether its inventions is commercially potential and patentability. So simply we cannot take one research proposal to the agencies to make a patent file. They will evaluate our process, whether this proposal is potential and can be taken into for patentability. So based on the assessment only, they will move on to the next level. So here we're going to talk about the patent application and prosecution process. So there are multiple steps involved, as I mentioned in the previous slide. The first thing is they're going to assess the commercial viability, whether your product will be have any commercial valuable. So then first, that is the main criteria. So simply all the research cannot be taken into the patentable or into the or IP filing. So they will evaluate the commercial viability. Then once the product is looks like commercial, then they will move on to the file patent application. Once the file is submitted, the patent office will do the examination whether what are the data which we have submitted is liable or is trustworthy, whether it's a genuine, all kind of aspects they will evaluate in the patent office. Once the process is over, then they will give the comments whether it can be the application is amended or any going for any rejection. If there is any rejection, we can always we can always inquire the reason for our rejections. Then if our patent is getting amendment, then we can move on to the patent prosecution process. So this is the different patent application and process where we need to understand how our products are getting patent or how products are getting into in the IP protection policy. So another important thing here is that biomedical product development and regulatory approval. So you know very well each domain have their own regulations. So especially when it comes in the biomedical, we have more regulations comparing with the other domain, because what are the innovations which we are taking into our profile, it's are directly going impact with the human society. So even the global regulatory bodies are very strong in terms of biomedical product development. So if you are doing biomedical innovation, we have to do the early research that we can call as preclinical studies. So here we're going to do our early research either in the initial laboratory by in vitro or in vivo method to assess safety and efficacy of your research work. Then once your lab level is getting up, either this what are the innovations which we are talking here is either based on application, either you may need to the in vitro or in vivo application. Once your preclinical study is getting approved, then we can move on to the clinical trials, that is directly in the human testing. So where we can go for the conducting trials on human subject to evaluate product performance. So here also we need to check the product performance in terms of the repeatability, whether the values are getting proper and accuracy and precise. So this is very important when we are working in the human testing. Once you succeed in the preclinical studies as well as your clinical trials, then we can move into the manufacturing scale. How we can do that? We can able to understand the market demand slowly. You can reach out the industries based on your results which you are derived. So based on that results, the investor may have the initiation to take up to the manufacturing scale as well as the product. So with that, once a product is developed, with that all their internal data, you can able to go for the regulatory approval. So with the able to, this regulatory body can able to view your very submitted data, and based on the data which you submitted, they will verify all the documents. Then they finally give the approval to the regulatory agency through the agency. So especially when it comes in the biomedical innovation, the getting product development is not such a easy process before going to the IP level, because if you take any engineering aspects, that's not going to may have a big impact on the human life, whereas the biomedical innovations directly affect the human health if there is any in adverse effect. So it's very important to do the proper studies when we are working on the biomedical product development. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, we are looking into the commercialization of IP protected biomedical innovation. There will be a two-step. One, either you can directly combine with the license to the existing company, or we can able to create our own company. So it's always better as the initial investment consideration. We can always go to the collaborate with the existing company, so that there will be some kind of support we'll get it. Especially if you see it's involved upfront fees, milestones and royalties on sales which you get it directly. Whereas if you're going to start your own venture, again you need to go for a lot of investment, and you have to get a lot of approvals for going to get your organization started. So it's up to the researcher whether they want to collaborate with the existing company or they want to start their own company. Yes, we can able to start our own company, because Indian government want to start many entrepreneurs to support the entrepreneurs. So we have a lot of policy supporting to that. But when it comes to practical thing, we need to always be very careful how we going to execute our product, because we already spent lot of time in our product development. Again, if you are going to start your own venture, you need to spend more time in terms of taking the product from your lab to the commercial sector. So we need a proper sales team, we need proper marketing techniques. Always very tough to get the thing. Whereas if you're going with the existing company, you need to be very clear in terms of the royalty as well as your the product sharing. Everything you have to be well documented before you are going to the commitment. So this is how you have to understand how we can able to commercialize our IP protected biomedical innovations. The next important thing is that commercializing biomedical innovation. So as I mentioned, the first thing is that getting the regulatory approval. So this getting regulatory approval is not as much as easy. We need to go for the obtaining necessary approval from the regulatory body, whether if we need to go to FDA or USDA. So whatever the product which you are developing, you have to choose the respective regulatory body to obtain your regulatory clearance. Once the regulation is cleared or approved, then we are moving to the next level of called manufacturing, where you're going to scale up your product from lab to the production level. So this production, before going to the production, you need to understand the market demand and requirement. Simply, we cannot able to produce more number of product in a single batch. So you need to understand how much products we need to generate, how much market demand is there. If there is really demand for our product, then we can able to go for the bulk production. If there is you are creating new product, you are not able to find out the market requirement, then you have to do lot of studies in terms of the customer requirement in the market. So based on that, you can able to design your production level. So now you are getting approval, you target your production scale. Next very important thing is that marketing, because without marketing our products may not reach to the user level. Nowadays we have a lot of digital marketing and AI based tool. A lot of marketing tools are getting developed. So we need to understand how we going to do the marketing for our product. Especially we need to promote the healthcare providers and patients, because we are coming into the biomedical innovation. So based on that, relevant to the industry, we need to target what kind of marketing will help us to reach the customer usage. So without proper marketing plan, it's very difficult to move on to the next level, because we may see even nowadays in our mobile phones we are getting lot of ads coming out, whether you are searching the Google engine or whatever. But with the help of the digital tools, the ads which is reaching in each and every corner. So especially when it comes to biomedical innovation, it's not like showing up in the TV televisions. We need to plan proper marketing strategy so that it can able to reach the end user level in a strong way. So we have regulatory approval, manufacturing, we established marketing team, a marketing plan. So who going to take into the market? So we need a proper sales team. So we need to just set up the proper sales team with subject knowledge and product information, and the complete market requirement need to be educated. So the training to the sales team is very important here in terms of all the aspects, including IP protection also. How our products are protected with our intellectual property. So with all these things, we need to be educated to our sales team. So with that confident only, because they only going to meet the customers face to face. So always in any market, like either it can be a biomedical, or it can be a textile, or it can be a food industry. So whatever it is, the sales team is going to face a customer face to face. So we need to give the strong information about our product technology so that they can able to convert into the business level. Then with all these setup, we can always take a third party consultant or the people who is expert in the field. So we can able to get advice from the concerned person to strengthen our product. So here, when we are talking this commercialization, the 5 aspects very important. One is the regulatory, manufacturing plan, marketing strategy, sales, and key opinion leaders. So with all these 5 factors are very important when you are working in the biomedical innovation, especially you want to take up to the production level. So next we're going to talk about the regulatory pathways. So far we have discussed many regulatory topics. The word which we use continuously, regulatory. So here we're going to talk about what is regulatory. So the regulatory pathways are kind of landscape, which is critical aspects of commercialization your biomedical innovation, because it's have their own specific regulatory requirements, vary depending on the type of product and the target market. As I mentioned earlier, what's your target and what type of product you're going to develop. So based on that, the regulatory guidance will be vary. If you are coming the biomedical, yes, we have the strong regulations following by the globally, so we have to adhere on that. So we're going to see what are that regulation. So how to navigate the regulatory landscape for commercialization. The first thing is the intended market. So we have different markets different markets have specific regulatory standards and product type. So regulatory requirements vary based on the product type. If suppose when the what are the product which is going into the inside the human body or is related to the surgical or thing, that need to go for a lot of regulations, including in vitro, in vivo, and clinical research, everything. So we need to understand when, because getting all the process is not easy in one stage, especially when we are in the research level. So when you are doing the research, you need to understand how much easy or how much innovative product can be able to develop from our lab. So we have seen many people when they are going to start their research in terms of like product development, they will come with very big innovative ideas by using latest technology and everything. If you discuss with them after 6 months or 1 year, because of the time consuming and the lack of results reproducibility will make them to down. So developing products from lab to the commercial is not easy. So we always need to understand how much comfortably we can do the research and we can able to develop the product according to the market demand. So with that also, we need to understand here the regulation. Because I worked in many regulatory bodies, I know very well that getting the process is not that much easy. Each step we have to go for. Even if you take simple NABL also for testing, we need to go for a lot of procedure nowadays. It's not easy to get even NABL accreditations also. So the getting regulatory requirements based on the product is very important, as well as the based on the market. So which regulatory pathway to follow for healthcare products? If you are going to develop pharma based, you need to go for requires extensive testing, and especially with the FDA approval phases. It's not that much easy. We need each country, even once you develop FDA level, then you have to go to European, Indian pharmacopoeia, like Australian, like Britain, like every country having their own regulatory body. So when you are thinking about the next level of exporting, again you need to go to the lot of regulatory bodies to get approval from the different countries also. Then if you're going with the medical devices, it need to be classified by the risk level with varying the regulatory requirements. So again, if you take medical device, we need to follow certain regulations. Then if you're going to the diagnostic, then you have to go to the regulation. You have to follow the regulation for the medical devices, especially with the specific requirement for in vitro diagnosis. So as I mentioned, so based on the product, you need to undergo the various regulatory bodies like pharma, medical devices, and diagnostic. So you cannot skip from one level to the another level. It's because when even if we are going to the collaborating with any industry, before going to your IP is not easy, or regulatory approval is also not easy. So you have to clear all your internal process and external process. External here I am talking about the your IP as well as the getting regulatory approval. So you have to understand very clear. Here I am just showing the example of pharma medical devices, whether your research going to be in any aspect. So you need to understand what type of product you're going to get, what is the relevant regulatory body need to get approval. So that you have to be very clear before you're going to start your research. Because simply after starting, after product development, then you should not struggle for your regulatory approval. You have to choose what kind of regulatory approval will be easily acceptable. So based on that, you have to design your product profile also. So far we have seen what is IP, how to commercialize, then regulatory body, all the aspects. The very important thing is that how to do the market entry strategies, because many of us from our lab to the commercial part, we lack this step. So we need to do lot of evaluation study according to the global market requirement, because without making this clear idea about this market strategy, it's very difficult to move your product from lab to the next level. So about these strategies, we're going to discuss in the few points here. So which market strategy how to choose? We have four category. Either you have to involve the direct exporting or direct selling. Then you're going to make a licensing, that you may do the collaboration with any company. Or we have choice of joint ventures, and finally wholly owned subsidiary. So first you have to understand which market strategy you are going to follow. Again, if you're going to use direct export, then you have to think about what kind of regulations need to be followed before you exporting. So when it comes to the regulatory, you have to understand the interrelation of IP process also. If same product is already exists in the market, then there is a big question mark how you going to succeed in the product development. So you have to understand how innovative you are going to develop the product. Then licensing, where you can able to go for the collaborative with any industry based on your technology transfer also. Or else you can able to go with the joint ventures, that also made to be legally documented, how much the percentage you're going to get, what is the mutual benefits going to develop from this kind of joint venture. Or finally, if you have own funding, then you can able to start wholly owned subsidiaries with the help of government regulations also. So these are the four major market strategy which we need to be choose any one of the market strategy when we are going to the commercialization of our product development. So if we choose the direct sales strategy, especially in the biomedical innovation, the three factors are very important. First, direct sales. So we need to make our team very strong to sell our product directly to the end users, because as I mentioned previously, the direct sales, the sales team is going to be the friend warriors always with the customer. So we need to make a strong team of sales to reach out the end users. The sales force team dedicated to product sales, as I mentioned, this is also interrelated, because the sales team is always, as I mentioned, we have the collaborative of sales, direct sales as well as sales force. Here you can able to think out what is mean by direct sales as well as sales force. Either the product research from the researcher directly it can able to end users, or we may have the mediator. We may have separate team where they will take out our product from the production to the sales level. So that we need to design how we are going to do our product campaign. Then distribution channels also, where we can able to develop pathways for product delivery. So here you need to understand, even the if you take all kind of manufacturers, most of the time they won't directly reach out the end user. They may have the different type of pathways for product delivery in terms of like either distributions or dealer or sub dealer. So they will take multiple channels to reach the product, because it will save the time from manufacturing to the production, because taking the manufacturing as well as focusing on the sales also is very bit difficult. So if we have the mediators kind of like this kind of distribution channel, will always strengthen your market, because you can focus your more on your production level rather than the focusing on the more onto the marketing, because this distribution channel will help you to reach the product at the user level very easily. Whereas if you have dedicated team, so the reaching to the all over world is not easy. from one manufacturer to the user level. So it's always mandatory to have some mediators in terms of like dealers, distributors, sub dealers. So they will take them into the product. It's a very easy manner. So now we're going to talk about the strategic licensing for innovation. So how we can go for innovation with the licensing? The first we need to be a IP holder. That's what we are talking this much of time. So IP is going to be very strong backbone for your innovation. Followed by we can able to collaborate with any established company. Then we need to find out the resources. What are the resources which can be taken out or it can be required for this research activity. Then we can able to consult with the expertise, the subject knowledge or product knowledge can be able to get from the consultant or senior leaders, so that it will give some basic information before going to the big production level. Followed by it's always need to be understandable about the market potential, because after developing product, if you are doing the market study, is completely waste of your time as well as the energy. So it's always important that you need to understand the market potential, how strong your product going to break the market. So that strategy you need to understand in very deeper manner. Then you have to work on the product development. Then distribution. So with all these aspects are here, I've just mentioned the basic criteria here, and more points also is there. But as a researcher, when we are working in the lab level, when we are, our goal is to develop into the product. So these criteria are very important. IP, we need to collaborate with any established company. We need to have the strong resource. Why resource plays very important? The raw material which you're going to use is should be easily available. So from Coimbatore or from Chennai, you cannot rely on the importing source from Australia, Canada, or so it's always make you your product level is very higher expensive. So you always need to plan what type of resource is easily available and or what type of this resource is required to for your develop your product development. Then it's always better to have the expertise from to get the product knowledge, because there are some researchers generally there are many third party consultants also available in the market, where they will charge for hour basis, they will charge the amount. You can able to discuss with them like you don't need to share your entire idea, but you can share the ideas, how you going to, what's your goal to develop the product. So with that information you can able to get the consultant or expertise in, especially in the field of particular product innovation. Or we can able to go for the basic literature survey, but literature survey won't help that much when it comes to the commercial aspect. It can able to help you to in terms of product development, but when you coming to the marketing aspects, so it's always better to have a expertise in that field. Then market potential. So as I mentioned, you need to make strong potential in the market survey, because each, for example, if you take in India, different states are having different manufacturing hubs. But if you take the textile which is manufacturing from Tirupur is exporting to US, like the turmeric which is producing in the Erode is going to globally. So even the moringa leaves from Jaipur is transferring to the US. So like that we have different production hubs in India, but we need to understand where we going to explore the market, where we going to show up our product. That kind of market information need to be very clear before you go into the potential level. Then here, as I mentioned, the distribution. So how you going to distribute the product from your lab to the commercial level. So that aspect also need to be, either you're going to directly, if you are a directly seller, your margin will be very higher. For example, your production cost is 50, you can sell into 100 rupees. So you'll get double the time of your income, your revenue. Whereas if you're going to the dealer, sub dealer, your margin level will get reduced. So you need to think about how you're going to execute your product distribution, whether you're going to make a direct sales or through the sales or distribution channel. So these things you need to understand how you're going to execute with that. So with these all things only you can able to go for the licensing for innovations. So here the strategic alliance for market success. So as I mentioned, we have done a lot of study and product development, how to make our product successful in the market or how to make our product successful commercialization. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, there will be two options. One is the collaborative development. So where we can able to get the joint efforts, enhance product development and innovation. So where, for example, if you take Biocon, many of the research activities are collaborating with the various universities. They are giving the chances of seed grants, we can say. They will give the initial fund. Once the product developed, they will take into the production level. That kind of collaborative development is happening. Even if you take in IIT Madras, lot of startup hubs are there. Even in nowadays in many universities like VIT, SRM, most of private institutes are even government institutes providing the technology business incubation center. So where you can able to collaborate with that kind of TBI centers, you can able to provide your product development and innovation with the joint collaborative method. And next is the joint marketing. So here you're going to understand that the collaborative development, or you're going to make the joint marketing. Joint marketing means here we're going to make the shared marketing strategy, boost product visibility and sales. So if there you can, for example, even in any of your product, you can see in the there will be the manufacturing and marketing. So manufactured by some company and marketing by another company. So even if you see many of the import products, they are marketed by the label is they mentioned as a marketed by. So this kind of sales we can call it as a joint marketing. So because if you want to sell your product in US, you may need some local sales team in that. So from here you cannot start company in the US. It's a big process. So you can directly collaborate or you can do the joint marketing with the existing company in that particular area. So you can make all the legal terms regarding in terms of like sharing, margin rate, everything. So where you can able to do your product. So what is the advantage of doing this kind of joint marketing? So they already have their own brand profile in the region. So when this kind of new product comes, with that help of the brand where you can able to collaborate with them, so it will help you to reach your product very easily to the user level. Whereas creating a new brand in the unknown region is always the nightmare for the industrialist or product development team to make a success of your product. So here we need to understand, if you want to make your product successful in the market, you need to go in the two options. One is the collaborative development, another is the joint marketing. And another important thing is that acquisition of biomedical product. So here this is another strategy of your promoting your product from lab to the industry. So whether you can be the independent product or you can able to collaborate with the company, larger company, where they will acquire their products. Once the acquisition is over, they will integrate our product profile into the product range. So once the product profile is integrated in the product range, then they will work on the enhanced market position, where they will work on the improved distribution and investment. So this is that directly kind of technology transfer. So where you're going to give your independent product profile, then they will understand, they will take out in the company, then they will include in the product profile for the production. Once the production is over, then they will think into the enhanced market position in terms of like improved distribution and further investment. So these are the different marketing strategy where we can able to do the product development and commercialization from lab to the industrial level. Next very important thing which we're going to talk about is Make in India. You may all heard about this Make in India policy. This is one of the game changer for India, where we are today in the GDP level. So this Make in India policy, which is started by the year of 2014 by Government of India, the main aim of this policy is that to boost the domestic manufacturing. The main important thing is that we need to reduce the import dependency and attract foreign direct investment. So that is one of the main agenda of this Make in India policy. This Make in India is applicable all over the industrial process, like biotechnology, healthcare, pharma, textile, automation, and all departments. What are the departments which we have right now? The government of India is focusing to create Make in India policy in all the sectors. So when this biomedical innovation comes, this biotechnology, healthcare, and pharma are the three important domain where we are working in the Make in India policy. So in this Make in India policy, we have several steps as followed. The first is that the why the thing is developed means India manufacturing sector is still underdeveloped. We are not fully developed like China and US. So, but still we are in the stage of underdeveloping. So we have the limited manufacturing sources. So the government initiative taken as Make in India to boost the manufacturing, especially in India. Even nowadays, even in our company also, we are focusing more into the Make in India policy because even here I would like to share a few points. When we are working the research grants, when you are going for procuring a lot of items, especially from government institute, we are following through the GEM portal. When the GEM comes, the top priority goes to the Make in India suppliers only. So the government also is directly supposed to Make in India production based companies to market their products. So we need to understand why this Make in India is strongly following India. So now I'm coming to the point. The government has taken the initiative to boost the manufacturing and also to create a faster innovations, creating an ecosystem for technological advancement. So because of this Make in India system, so before this policy, we rely most on the foreign agencies to for any technology and many requirement we completely rely on the other countries. But this kind of Make in India system has completely changed that completely green technology, I can say, where we can able to elaborate our process in our own way. Then intellectual property. So this is one of the key point in Make in India policy system. They are very clear in that creating the protecting inventions and designs with the exclusive rights, because they are very clear in terms of making exclusive, especially for your Make in India policy. Then investment in R&D. So where when you are going with a proposal, you want to work with Make in India, there is an investment in R&D setup through various grants are available. That also easy access to investment in our R&D. And finally, global manufacturing hub. So India want to be a leading destination for many manufacturing hub globally. So the government of India has taken many steps in terms of developing products by the following the way of Make in India policy system. So based on that, we have achieved many goals, I can say, in the recent years by following our Make in India policies. So in the previous slide, I mentioned how IP supports in Make in India. So here we have strong IP regime boosts in Indian biomedical innovations. The first thing is that we are strongly encouraging, we means here Indian government strongly encourages local innovations by strengthening IP laws. Indian biomedical startups can innovate confidentially without any hurdles. Then technology transfer. So IP production will help you faster collaboration with the global biomedical companies for co-development and licensing. And in terms of boost manufacturing, the patented biomedical devices and drugs can be manufactured locally, aligning with the Make in India goals. And global competitiveness. We have strong IP backed biomedical products are enhance India's position in international markets. So I hope here you can able to understand how this Make in India policy plus IP regime will make strong in terms of achieving our goals very easily. So this Make in India and IP will always help to encourage local innovations by strengthening our Indian laws so that the startup company can innovate and they can come forward very confidentially. This technology, because of this kind of IP protection, we can move confidently, collaborate with the various companies, because legally we can able to take action if there's any problem comes in future also. And also this patent biomedical devices and drugs also can be manufactured with the local company. You can able to tie up with local bodies so that you can able to develop your products, and with all these three you can able to compete with the global level, because we have strong innovative technology, we have technology transfer, we have manufacturing facility. So with all these three we can able to compete with the global market, because we have strong backup of our IP based regulation, so that India can be in the position of international market, especially in the field of biomedical innovation. So here I would like to show some of the biomedical innovations which has happened very recently. So we all know the COVID is one of the real game changer in biomedical innovations. After this COVID, the Make in India has followed very strongly. You all know the Covaxin, which is developed by Bharat Biotech. It is purely indigenous product with IP protection, manufactured under Make in India policy. So not only that, even during the time of COVID time, we may know how the PCR analysis has taken, especially the diagnostic kits, how much we struggled for the patent and the kits also from the global market. So India has started very seriously, has taken very initiative steps to overcome that issue. So they have started very affordable diagnostic kits. Indian startup has developed like COVID-19 kits, especially how it's coming in life, because we are completely reducing the import reliance. And another important thing, we have seen many death cases during the time of COVID because of the lacking of ventilators. Because before that, we are fully dependent on the global companies like Philips, Siemens. Like one of the top medical devices are, we are depending on the ventilators and other devices. But after this COVID, government of India is very clear in terms of supporting the Make in India policy, especially biomedical innovation. They have developed many indigenous ventilators and portable dialysis units designed, patent, and purely manufactured in India. So these are some of the examples how a small law from the country will make their economic level. So this is one of the live example of our Make in India policy. From working in the industry, I'm lively seeing in the market day by day, every day, how this Make in India giving the strength and confidence to sell our product in the market. Because if you, especially in the government institutes, when you're going to the uh, product discussion, there will be always priority to the Indian companies. So the Indian vision is completely changed now. So this kind of Make in India policy will always help to develop innovation with the strong IP regulations. So here there will be some of the synergistic relationship, how the government initiatives for IP protection. The Make in India initiative recognize the importance of IP protection, especially for promoting domestic manufacturing and innovation. The government has taken many steps to strengthen the IP ecosystem in India, including the national IPR policy, where you can able to create conducive environment for innovation and creativity, and provides a grant financial assistance to startup for filing IP application. And mainly, which is most lacking today, is IPR awareness program. So we need to educate the stakeholders about the importance of IP and protection. And finally, faster patent examination, because in just 10 years before, 15 years before, patent filing may take more than 2 to 3 years also. But many now, the after the Make in India policy systems are come, there are some regulations in the faster patent examination. So they want to make it as simpler as much as possible. So here these are the government initiative for IP protections. So here I would like to show the overall growth of IP filings in India under the Make in India initiative from 2015 to 2025. Here you can see the drastic change in growth, you can say, from 2015 to 16 to 25 right now. So this is all because of the regulation changes in our country. So because of such innovative supporting for the MSME and many entrepreneurs program, So this kind of IP growth also increasing. Now we are also strongly competing with the global in the range of IP filings level also. So far we have seen a lot of potential things under the Make in India policy with the IP protection, but still we have uh, some difficulties and challenges in the opportunities, especially if you say the known thing is that lack of awareness, because still there need to be more education programs are required in terms of protecting our policy, product development. The hidden challenges are still there is a complex in the regulations. There is laws, especially in the IP. Then enforcement challenges also. The another important thing is that cost of IP protection. So these are the hidden challenges. So once we break this lack of awareness and these hidden challenges, definitely we can move into the next level in the of the global market, especially in the Make in India policy. The another important scheme, I'm not sure how many of you heard about this scheme, Atma Nirbhar Bharat. So this is one of the strongest innovative scheme which is developed by the government of India. The main aim of this scheme, or we can call it the Self-Reliant India campaign. It is the national vision launched by the Prime Minister of Modi in 2020 to boost domestic production skills, capabilities, making India more resilient and integrated with the global supply chains. Now also you can see when the US puts a lot of tax, that we never compromise in our policy because we are very clear in our goals. That's because of that our internal Make in India policy system and this kind of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Bio-E3. So many rules have been developed by Government of India. So it gives more confidence not only to the people, even the politicians also will get more confident to about our nation. So they are moving very strongly to the next level. The main scheme, the main vision of this that is a foundational plan for India's vision of a developed nation by 2047. That is called Vikshit Bharat. That is that we want to be a developed nation in the our 100th Independence Day celebration. We want to be a Vikshit Bharat. So the aim of this thing is that for economic self-reliance through reform the key structure, main support for MSME and focus on innovations. With all this connecting, we are going to take in the global economy rather than isolating from it. So this is one of the main key points for our Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is called Self-Reliant India campaign. So here we have main important thing as I mentioned. The first thing is that we want to boost indigenous R&D. So where we can able to develop homegrown biomedical solutions, especially we can able to support scientists to make them as a startup entrepreneurs. And the main thing is that we want to reduce the dependency on imported medical technologies. Then second thing is that strengthen IP protection. So where we need to make very clear in our patent, trademark, designs, safeguard innovation. Also need to ensure that innovators get recognition and financial benefit, because we all are working for our financial benefits only. So we need to be very strong with our rules that the innovators should get recognition as well as financial benefit. The next thing is that promotes commercialization. So we have discussed many few slides before how this IP helps in terms of like technology transfer. So IP backed biomedical innovations attract investment and licensing opportunities, especially to create a Indian biotech and medtech brands. Then another important thing is that supports healthcare accessibility. So because as I mentioned the beginning slide itself, our biomedical innovations is directly rely on the human society. So how our innovation is going to improve our public health access, especially that need to be the reduces cost of essential diagnostic and treatment. This is why the government of India is very strong in terms of the biomedical innovation, because what are the innovations comes, it need to be in the affordable price by the common layman. So the technique which is not only for the rich people, it also need to be reached to the common layman. That is a very clear in our government of India is very clear in that point. Now, the next thing is the global competitiveness. So, India is trying to be a global hub for biomedical research. Even if we see the major vaccine exporter in the globally, India is one of playing a contribution in that aspects. So, India wants to rule in the global biomedical value chain process. That's why this is kind of policies are getting developed one by one. The next very important thing I'm going to talk about today is the Bio E3. I'm not sure how many of you heard this one also. Bio E3, especially this policy. The before the Make in India, the Vikshit Bharat policies for all kind of fields, but this Bio E3 is mainly for our biotechnology or biomedical innovation support only. So what is the Bio E3? The Bio E3 stands for E1 stands for education through the building IP awareness among researchers, entrepreneurs, and industry, and E2 ecosystem, creating a strong IP friendly environment through policies, legal protections, innovation hub. E3 is for entrepreneurship, leverages for IP assets for startups, technology, transfer, and commercialization. So that's why they call it a E3. So E3 for education, ecosystem, and entrepreneurship. The Bio E3, which is started in the year of 2024, August 27, by the Government of India, we want to make as an independent in especially in the biomedical innovation. Rather than importing, we want to be export globally, and India want to be a master of biomedical innovation. So that is the concept this Bio E3 has started. So now we're going to see what this Bio E3 going to do it. The Bio E3 framework provides holistic approach to product development, emphasizing the importance in the field of biotechnology, where we're going to develop biological systems with innovative products. This innovation have the fostering creativity and experimentation, followed by entrepreneurship. So the government of India want to develop new business ventures so that new entrepreneurs, so they are encouraging new business ventures. Then environment, ensuring the sustainable product development. Then finally ethics. So we need to adhering the ethical principle. So this is the main framework of this Bio E3, where we need to go into strengthen our biomedical products globally by following the innovation, entrepreneurship, sustainable biology, and ethics by following the IP policies. So what IP consideration within the Bio E3? So whatever things we have seen the Make in India policy in this Bio E3 also, the IP plays very important role, because whatever the innovation, wherever the innovation word comes, definitely there will be a IP policy. So here also in Bio E3 also we have the regulations of Bio E3. So here the first thing is that biotechnology and IP, we are focusing on patenting biotechnology innovation preventing we want to develop our product. If you see every year in India, if you take the PhD graduates alone is coming more than 10,000, 20,000 graduates are coming out approximately. You just see how many from the researchers, how many products are getting out into the commercial level. Very rarely, if you take, for example, if you take 10,000, maybe hundreds or thousands, 200s only will get into the next level, because we have the lack of awareness and the lack of financial support and guidance is missing in terms of product development from lab to the industrial level. So the universities are the heartbeats of innovation, especially when it comes in the biomedical field. So we want to groundbreak research in this institution leads to the discoveries of potential healthcare products. But the problem is that the translating these discoveries into the tangible products, we need a lot of process. That step we call it the technology transfer. One that technology transfer through the IP, then we need to know how the benefits going to get from the university to industry, and who can develop and manufacture and market these innovations for the benefit of society. So the license is a key mechanism that within the technology transfer, where you can granting the companies right to use university owned IP in exchange for financial compensation and other consideration. So when you want to develop your successful technology transfer, you need to identify the technology, what kind of technology will be very much interested or required for the industry. Then you have to check the assets viability. You have to develop the established partnership. Then you have to think about the implement the transfer from lab to the production. So the main thing is that you want to develop the technology transfer. You have to first identify the potential technology which is required to the industry as well as to the society. Without the requirement, if you are developing any product, of course, it's going to be lay in your lab itself. So we need to find out the which kind of successful technology transfer. You have to identify the successful technology. So what are the challenges in the university to collaborate from university to industry level? So universities, we have a conflict in terms of like prioritizing academic freedom, like dissemination of knowledge, whereas the company will focus on more under the profit and market share, because company people always look into the what, when they are spending the time, what is the benefit they're going to get back. So
Sir,
there will,
excuse me, sir, Dr. Satish Kumar, sir.
yeah.
Can you please check your slide sharing, sir? It was not sharing for the past 5 minutes.
Now, which one? Now this is visible.
Yeah. Once again, you go to share and make it.
Yeah. Dr. Shaktil, can I know from which slide is getting stopped?
Mm. Previous slide. Yeah. Yeah, this one, sir.
So as I mentioned, as a technology transfer from the lab to industry is very important, because being a researcher, our dream is that we want to product from lab to the commercial aspects. So that even we can say the universities are a hotbed of innovation, particularly in the biomedical field, because we are working on the lot of innovations, especially in the biotechnology field. We have developed many products related to the human welfare. So here we need to understand how to transfer the technology with the help of IP protection. So this IP will help you to transfer the technology from university to industrial partners, so that we can able to develop, manufacture and market this innovation for the benefit of society. So here you can able to see the steps to success the technology transfer. So here we have many steps. First, we need to understand, we need to identify what technology is required for the industry as well as the human society. So without understanding the requirement, if you are developing any product, it's definitely not going to be helpful for the both the sides. So first we need to identify the technology. You have to assess the viability and establish the partnership then implement the transfer. With all these steps, where you can make the your production technology transfer. So in this technology transfer from university to industry, we have conflict interest because university prioritize academic freedom
Hello, Dr. Satish Kumar sir, am I audible? Sorry for the technical issue.
Audible, sir, but sometimes it is not audible.
Yes, yes, yes. We are checking the internet, sir. Here it's heavy rain going on, so we are checking.
Dr. Shaktivel, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Yeah. So can I repeat the
You
slides?
have another 5 minutes, sir. Last 5 minutes we can finish. Next speaker
So
starts
can
with
I know
3:30.
from where my slide, because I was talking continuously without knowing that. So can I know where the slide got stopped so that I can make a recap from that?
Yeah, yeah. 2 slides before. Thank you.
There is a future in trends in biomedical.
Next one.
This one?
Yeah, this one. Hmm.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So as a part of future innovations, so emerging trends in biomedical have the combined combination like personalized medicine growth. So recently we came to know that the government of Russia started off vaccine for cancer. So where it's have the personalized vaccine, it's not common to all. So according to the person, according to the individual severity, the vaccine can be customized. So like the personalized medicine is growing, but has a limited impact. So AI and ML integration also significantly impact and is widely adopted. Open IPA models have low impact and adoption, and sustainable emphasis has a high impact but low adoption. So summary, the IP protections, the safeguard for biomedical ideas, products and processes. Government has support in terms of like fees reduction, fast track patents and fundings in terms of like BIRAC, BICS and etc. In the ecosystem, like biotech parks are coming out with the incubator center, IP facilitation centers. Also, the government is supporting the industry academia linkage where we can able to enable the technology transfer and licensing. So global reach out, the international patents are enhancing the competitiveness and attract foreign direct investments. The conclusion, the IP transforms biomedical research into market-ready innovations as the strong IP ecosystem ensures self-reliance. Atmanirbhar Bharat as it aligns with Make in India policy. Also, this kind of policy will help to develop startups and MSME to scale up innovations globally. So with that, IP policies, the IP driven commercialization position India as a global hub for affordable healthcare innovations. So thank you. Please follow us through the LinkedIn. We can we always post our internship programs and the latest technology in our in my LinkedIn profile. Please follow through the LinkedIn. You will get latest updates. If you have any queries, let me know. Thank you. Dr. Shaktival, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Satish Kumar, for your excellent session on IP commercialization process. Participants, if you have any queries, you can discuss with sir now. We have another 2 minutes, and then we will start the next session. Okay, if there are no questions, then we will move on to the next session, the second session of the day 6. We will start the session 2 within 2 minutes. Dr. Padma Madam from IIT Kharagpur, she is joining now.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Dr. Rashmi.
So we'll start the session on IPR strategies for advancing medical device technology. And since we have given introduction about Padmavati ma'am, so we'll straight away go to the topic. So please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi. Once again, very good afternoon, participants. I believe you're enjoying the workshop, and good to see you back in this. I would like to keep some time away for discussion, at least this time. So without taking much time, let me open up the presentation, and then we can get to interact on the. I hope you're able to see my presentation, all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I have the pleasure to deal with the aspect of intellectual property strategies. When we look at that in terms of how to advance medical device technologies. So this is how I have set the presentation to go forward. Let's look at the basic aspects of medical devices and how do we look at their functions and the traditional use of medical devices and to currently where we look at the relevance of medical devices when it comes to healthcare. Then from there, I'll transcend into what are the newer developments in medical particularly in relation to healthcare, and where do we see the intellectual property part of it. And towards the end, I'll also deal with what are the strategies and how do we really look at using intellectual property as one of the important strategies for medical device growth. So when we look at the basic context of medical devices, we know that devices also come under the definition of drugs under the Drugs and Cosmetic Legislation 1940. Now, we also have the Medical Device Rules 2017, which give us the general definition of medical device and also the various facets of medical device in terms of active medical device, investigational medical device. Then you also have the context of where customized medical device. So I'll just deal with them briefly before we move into the intellectual property part of it. So when we talk about medical devices form a very important part of the healthcare. So medicine is one part and medical device is the other part. Well, the most simplest example will be something like a syringe, which all of us know, and maybe saline system. Then we all know that diagnostics is something that in the public healthcare we are all very aware of. For instance, scan devices, we know MRI. So all these which we more colloquially use as terms, are signifying of certain specific devices which have an important role. Now, the predominant role that we see of medical devices is one in diagnosis, then the other in the treatment. So some devices are used for the diagnostic purposes. Certain other devices are used for the cure part of it in terms of interventions for cure. So, and that is where we see medical devices have become part and parcel of any healthcare system that we today look at. Now, for the benefit of all of us, we're looking at healthcare from three different perspectives, right? We have primary healthcare, we have secondary healthcare, and we have tertiary healthcare. Today, when we look at it from an international perspective also, all of you may be aware that there is this concept of health for all. This is one thing which we have typically known of, working in the area of healthcare and healthcare interventions. But today, we are not only just talking about health for all, we are looking at One Health as a concept. Because One Health assumes a lot of importance, reason being that today we are all in this global melt where we have diseases which are not just of national nature, but then they are transcending across countries. So a scenario like an epidemic and a pandemic requires a whole lot of radical paradigm shift in terms of looking at healthcare. And in those cases also, we really quickly need diagnostics so that one is diagnosis and the other is mitigation of the disease. So therefore, today when we look at the context of medical devices, they assume a larger importance considering global health as a subject. So while I will not deal with the core aspects of healthcare and those things, but I would like to give a little attention to where do we see innovations in this sector, which is the subject matter of our discussion today. So now when we talk about medical devices, there's an entire listing of medical devices time to time by notification. And so we have the simplest of it to the most advanced in terms of medical devices, where we have scan diagnostics and advanced equipment which are necessary for certain purposes. So the medical device rules also define active medical device, the therapeutic medical device, invasive device. And one interesting term that I've also come across in our studies, because we work on pharmaceutical regulation, is what is called a customized medical device. So today the rules also recognize that if the again, the customized medical device is for specified purposes only, and it should be used only for that purpose, where the registered medical practitioner is bringing in certain intervention by creation of a customized device. So such is the nature of where we are looking at today the innovations, with respect to this area. Typically, when we look at medical device regulation, we know that devices are also coming under the purview of regulation when it comes under the drug regulation itself. But today, when we see the growth of medical devices, we are looking at not just customized medical devices, we are looking at making the devices more amenable, making the devices more accessible, and also making the devices more patient-centric. And this is where we see enormous opportunity when it comes to the medical device sector. But what is the core constraint as we see in the medical device sector is most of the time we are actually importing medical devices. And this I would like to emphasize to all the participants. India is at this point of time importing a lot of medical devices. If you look at the pharmaceutical industry, there's a lot of growth when it comes to drugs. All of us are aware of generic drug manufacturing, and there's a great growth of the pharmaceutical industry from making medicines. But if you really look at the medical device industry, we still have that being only held most of the time only by multinational companies. So if you, let's say I wouldn't mention any particular names, but if you have European concerns, we have US concerns, and the medical device sector, so far as Indian companies are concerned, very, very little is actually represented. In fact, the syringes sector, or maybe, they are the only sectors, including if you're looking at saline systems and all those also, we are actually importing many of those. So there's a huge cost burden on the healthcare in terms of the medical device sector. Now, imports are much more, easier to handle because there are subsidies. And so therefore, the incentive to actually make medical devices had come down some years, decades back. But today we see again a surge in the medical device sector from Indian manufacturing as well, which is a very good sign. And this is where we see an enormous opportunity when it comes to India growing also into the medical device sector, because we have a demonstrable, space in the world when it comes to drug manufacturing. We are the third largest when it comes to vaccine manufacturing in the world, next only to the US and the EU. Similarly, when it comes to generic manufacturing also, we are actually quite well known in terms of a jurisdiction which not only goes for the mature, regulated markets such as US and EU, but also available as by international cooperation to the Asian countries as well as African countries. So India has a big opportunity when it comes to medical devices in terms of medical device innovations. The other important facet that we need to also appreciate is that one is entry of greater Indian manufacturing into medical device sector. This is one important part of it from the device manufacturing part. The second important thing that we see is the growth of what we call the area of electronics as well as the digital sector. So this is where we see the relevance of actually digital interventions, the area of electronics, and of course we also see that other areas of what we call advanced manufacturing also have had a big impression comes to medical device area. So when we see innovations in the medical device area, as it is only the device related part, but all other where you see growth in the technology has had the impact when it comes to medical device. Today, when we are looking at the AI-based devices, and we have this new term called software as medical device. Now, I'll come a little later to that, and it's one of the specific areas that we actually also conduct research. So when we look at the devices, we are not just looking at it an opportunity for India to get into manufacturing, but we are also seeing where we can look at innovation in the sector. So just as an example, you're thinking onto where we are looking at advanced medical technologies is some of these examples that I have presented to you on this screen. This is from the recent, in this year, SPAN as a magazine has come out with its first edition, which is precisely this is the area that they're looking at, but not medical devices, but advancing health technologies is the supplement. I would, if it's possible for you to access it, I think that would be good. I do have a copy of SPAN. I don't know how to send that across, but maybe I can send at least some of those stories, which are really worth and very motivating when you read those stories. So what I showed to you as in the first panel is a smart pill box. Now you may wonder, when a smart pill box is a more organized, tablet box. But then remember, a smart pill box can become a medical device if it is having sensing functions, if it is having health-related information that it can interact with the patient. So smart pill boxes do come under the regulation when it comes to approvals. Now, in the US, a lot of these smart pill boxes which interact with patients, generate alert, to give data, analysis, all those are also considered as medical devices. So look at our traditional notion of a device was something which is very different to what we are seeing. Now, in the next panel, I have another example for you, which is termed as Pinky Promise, developed by Ms. Kamerkar. She came up with this app which will give very succinct information, and it's actually an AI/ML created interface, which is that you can download onto your mobile phone, and a lot of information in terms of consultation when it comes to the area of gynecology. So this is something, and I think in India also, if you remember, Nisha, it was an app which was developed in the Northeast, mainly the menstrual health and all of it. But here, the app also has a way in which it can connect you to doctors, and doctors can better assist in the diagnosis and treating of patients. And this has been implemented, and very over the 2 years back, it has been finalized in terms of whatever the activities that app can generate. So this is one other example that we have. Now, another example is what we call VISA. VISA is by activity of a unit in Bangalore, and this is something that will actually is an important app to implement when it comes to mental health. Now, the area of mental health is something which is which cuts across all age groups, and today mental health, wellness are more often terms that we are using for various reasons. And certainly there is a requirement for assisted care when it comes to the mental health area. And here again, we are having what we call devices which are, take into consideration the privacy characteristics, and also provide kind of a assistance when it comes to this particular thing. And most often we see that this has been not only the case of where the youth is where their target is, but they're also targeting even the elderly age groups as well. So, see, these are just only a few examples that I've just presented to you. But then when we see the growth of the medical device area, we are now seeing a very important part of it is that today we have constraints of space also. Like, if you look at some of those advanced scanning systems, we used to like a 3D MRI or those kind of things, or even better image scanning when it comes to the brain, and all those kind of things, or body scan. Those are large equipments because they also need to consider the patient to be taken in, and then all of that. Now, with the digital X-ray machines also, in the days when we, normally an X-ray was taken, to today how the X-ray is taken, you literally go in and come out. But that was not the case when we see, in the earlier times. So it has become much more effective. And especially if you look at the dental sector also, it's a very interesting thing where, though the dental sector has minimal requirements of space, in terms of dentist, and dentist interventions, even that has been actually customized to where we have devices which can provide for 360-degree rotation. Devices, I do remember a long time back of a medical student coming up with, a detection of, a more simpler detection of where the root canal treatment has happened in cases where patients are not able to actually communicate to the doctor. So a very simple, non-invasive, sensor-based, a device which will just, flash through your cheek, and then you're able to immediately make out. So those interventions look very, very simple, but then their value can be very predominant. So that's where we see the entire part of it. Now, so therefore, that is something that we see a lot of innovation happening on. Now, innovation is also happening on where we call customized devices. I don't know how many of you have been able to see, but I'd like to encourage you. If you can go to Amazon.com and just put the word endoscope, just put the word endoscope. Normally, when we say an endoscope, in this area, we are looking at, it'll bring you to an image to you about an endoscope going into a system, and then barium sulfate, whatever, and then they are doing some diagnostics and all of that. But today, when we talk about an endoscope device, it's a very, very different thing of a handheld one, and there are things like that. I was at telemedicine conference 2024, and I saw these students who were also a part of a stall. And I happened to ask them that it's very interesting, they're working with a small device, and that can actually scan the skin texture properties. And it was quite amazing. And when you really see that it is using advanced sensing technologies and, able to diagnose skin and skin related problems just as a handheld. So therefore, today we see medical devices becoming more portable, more manageable, and more customized, and more patient-centric, in terms of it is like, patient going to the hospital, the other way of hospital going to the patient. So somewhere you see some of this, improving. And ultimately, the medical device area is something where we really need to harp a lot on accessibility and affordability. Just the other day, we happened to discuss over generally as a discussion. One important thing that strikes to all of us, in this is that diagnostics actually is becomes the important prerequisite for a prescription in many cases. So if diagnostics is going to be very expensive and unaffordable is one part, and inaccessible, then the healthcare in terms of looking at prescription and all of that is obviously not only delayed, it is also not enabled. So there is a very succinct need for us to really look at innovations in the medical device sector from the point of making healthcare more affordable and more accessible. So these both are a very important part of it. And so that is where we look at this scenario. What I would like to do in the next part of it is take up a little bit of the discussion on software as medical devices, an area that we have been working on since a few years now. And then, of course, I will transcend into where do we see the future of some of the medical device in this sector itself. So when we come to the aspect of software as medical device, it is again important to understand the definitional part of it in terms of software as medical devices. So it's very interesting that today, when we talk about software as it is, software has actually is also capable to manage what you call the treatment regimen. And so therefore, when the software is specifically intended and allows healthcare professionals to use it for one or more medical purposes, then that is where we see the relevance of software alone being a medical device. So even without a hardware component, software in terms of the information itself can actually help you in achieving that. So the implementation of software as medical devices is something which we see today predominantly. One example of it, when we were working on it initially for in the time of 2023, I would say, was when it struck to us on the predominant or the significant role of software as medical devices. So normally, if someone is looking at an X-ray, you need what we understand from doctors, that at least 12 diseases is what you can pick up, and obviously a doctor's eye is able to make that difference. But the problem that comes up is that there's a lot of fatigue on the part of the doctor, having to handle the X-ray, the diagnostic part of it, and then the treatment part of it. So in order to make things a little easier on the doctor, there's a first check is done by the software as medical device. So, and then the doctor is able to then verify it and give the, and accordingly propose the treatment. So software as medical devices act as an interface or an assistive part of the healthcare. So, and that is where we look at the area of software as medical devices and their interventions. And we, of course, this number is a little older, 692 software medical devices, but it has been proportionally growing in terms of the US FDA approvals. We also have software as medical devices implementation in India, especially when you look at Shankar Netralaya. I will also talk about some of the startups in this area whom we have interviewed and how they have come up with some of this. Okay, so where is it that we look at the application when it comes to healthcare? Now, today we see the biggest advantage of how we can use assistive AI when it comes to the various components of healthcare, beginning from diagnosis of, in radiology to we are looking at even management of healthcare in terms of administrative assistance and to even surgery. So we have different forms of, the machine learning, deep learning, NLP, all of this being utilized when it comes to the area of healthcare. So, and then of course, typically, if you look at the relevance of AI in healthcare, it actually began in the 1950s, strictly speaking. But at that point of time, it was more about intervention with respect to samples, blood samples, saliva samples, and all. But today we have expert systems and large platforms which are useful. For example, if you look at GE as well as IBM Healthcare had the different platforms with respect to AI implementation that have been used. So if you look at the traditional approach vis-a-vis AI-based approach, this is where I was mentioning about IBM Watson as well as other tools that are available. So implementing this in terms of hospital care is something which can cater to larger number of, larger implementation part of it. So today we see the entire hospital management thing, as well as, the entry, the making the files and, analysis part, the doling out the entire diagnostics part, everything is now being managed based on AI-based platforms. And so therefore, that is where we see the relevance of it. Some of the work that we've done with respect to how do we see the growth of AI-based solutions. We have looked at some of the startups and for what reason these startups have developed this. So here on the extreme right panel, you look at patent applications in relation to that, and also the products that are there and then the companies. So we've interviewed AICTE-ATAL some time back, and Niramai also, Dr. Geeta Manjunath from Niramai, who is a ex-IISc PhD, and then moved on into developing a fantastic tool which can very nicely detect the predisposition to breast cancer by a non-invasive means of coming up with by the thermal image part of it. So using AI, she has developed this, and this has been applied at the on the public healthcare platform in India. And similarly, you see AICTE-ATAL coming up with a lot of solutions when it comes to different areas of healthcare. And last when we had interviewed AICTE-ATAL, AICTE-ATAL was interested also in coming up with the AI-based solutions, particularly for neglected diseases, and that is where was the discussion. And it is not just only Indian-based startups who are interested in this area. We do see large companies also looking at this area when it comes to growth of startups. So one interesting part of the work that we had done was to look at how do we see the development of these AI-based devices, and are they developed as a standalone, or are they coming from kind of a collaboration between different entities? So this is where we started looking at information, and we found that the focus areas vis-a-vis how many are collaborating with institutions, and how are the developments happening is just a representation of that. And then we are also looking at diversification of, for example, if you look at the GE healthcare platform, the Edison platform. So these are the kind of intellectual property arrangements that they've had. For example, for a radiology platform, they've collaborated with American College of Radiology. Now, in order to look at managing clinical and operation applications, the collaboration was with the Bandung Hospital and Seoul University. Similarly, to look at creating, genomic-based signatures, identifying that Sophia Genetics is what they had collaborated with. So this area shows us enormous, a very different kind of a scenario where big companies are actually interacting with specifically institutions or even startups or sometimes other companies in order to come up with specific solutions. In fact, this study could have gone into a much more deeper analysis. But if someone is interested, I think even now when we see world over, and if you really look at the growth of this area, it's very interesting to see how the ownership changes have happened in terms of reassignment data. So that also spells out different kind of strategies. For instance, I remember speaking with an Indian contact here, Cure. I was very fortunate that Prashant Warrior, Mr. Prashant Warrior was very forthcoming. And we looked at what are the kind of licensing arrangements when it comes to this sector. So we've been able to understand from a sanitized template on what are the considerations when it comes to technologies and co-development of technologies on one end, then licensing of technologies. So it presents a very interesting scenario when it comes to, and when you look at it from the world over perspective, we found that academic institutions have become a very important area where technologies have been licensed from academic institutions to the companies, and so at some point of time you also see joint development agreements. That one is the technology transfer, The other is where we are looking at, based on that, the further solutions in that is where we are looking at maybe diversifying some applications. So they're again back to the university and developing a joint development agreement beyond the original transfer of IP. So here is where we see a very interesting perspective when it comes to the area. One other area that is, I would say, a developing area at this point of time, we don't have much data, except that we are trying to still look at the trends in technology, in terms of certain areas. So one important question to ask is, do we really see, when we talk about, on one hand, we are saying that medical devices have become the, part and parcel or routine in our homes. So the most simplest of it would be the time when COVID-19, all of us know, we were checking the oxygen saturation, all of that with a simple device that, you can just put your index finger and, check it. So is it that kind of a thing that we're looking at? I mean, has it really come down to that level? Then the question that comes to our mind is, many of these big devices, which are, typically where you go to the health center or to the scan or diagnostic unit, today, do we see a significant number of them becoming the home aids? A good question to ask. So at that point of time, we thought that it may be good to take up this, and I began to realize that this is an interesting area to work on. So I took on this work to understand home health aids and how far they are actually, how far do you see the expansion of it or the growth of it? Again, mapping it from the intellectual property space as well as what are the arrangements. So this is just a very initial work, please. I still need to go much deeper into the understanding of, the licensing part of it. Second thing is, when we say home health aids, again, we're always concerned about health aids, maybe medical devices, maybe invasive, non-invasive. Then how do we really classify them as specialized healthcare devices compared to this thing? And then, of course, they are into different settings also. For example, if you're looking at elderly care, then they come under the geriatric segment, or, all those kind of things. Then there are also home health aids, which communicate from the patient. They are not standalone devices, but they communicate from the patient to the hospital, all of that. So, and then, of course, we have the other facet of it where we are looking at that they are AI-based devices, nevertheless. But then, when the data is being captured, it is going through a platform. So, and then again, we see the growth of telemedicine, telehealth, where doctor is at a remote place, and that remote patient monitoring or, consultation or prescription. The growth of that is something which we see even in India also. But though India has restrictive in certain instances, but you see a lot of that happening in Canada and also in the US. So this is where we see the remarkable, change when it comes to impact of healthcare when it comes to the patient care, increase in the functionalities of that particular part of it. So, well, this is just the data in relation to which are the top technology sectors classified as per the international patent classification. So, this just again a very preliminary work, and then just wanted to look at clustering of certain technologies. Again, I would believe that these maps don't have much meaning unless we are actually deciphering out from here succinctly, relative growth of technologies. This is number one. Second thing is, I also present you here the assignee collaborations part of it. Again, nice to see these maps, but then the question that comes is that how do we see assignee collaborations in terms of the strength of those companies, and on what aspects of technology they're coming together to work on. So this is where we see the relevance of co-development of technologies. And sometime back, I happened to meet one of the the management school faculty at Itham Visakhapatnam. And I was quite amazed, with the discussion with her. And what struck me was that it has now become very imperative to look at developing what is called neighborhood solutions. So this is where I would like to urge the group here that we are typically looking at something in mind and developing certain technologies based on our understanding and the need of the area. but many times it helps you very earlier on if you're able to understand the field perspective or the practical perspective. So this is where it can be very helpful to build from the practical context into the work very early on in the R&D. I do remember of my student when she was interviewing, one of these AI-based devices development. So the discussion in that forum was interestingly not just with a doctor or a healthcare, or a hospital thing. It was between a software developer, then there is a doctor, and then there is also a technical technologist in that, and then there is a hospital. So they are in cohort when you look at how they are looking at matching expertise and a very relevant development of technology, because again funding is something that we have constraints on, and also we have constraints of time, because this is an area which is growing rapidly. So yesterday devices become obsolete now because of the further interventions that have come. I would tend to believe that today a wearable is a medical device, right? Because people today wear a watch, and then it's day-to-day communicating your how much is your BP and all that. And very recently, I did come across a very personal example of where I had a friend whose sister has a patch on her shoulder for continuous monitoring of blood sugar level. To where in Hyderabad, they are now developed a chip, and that chip will be inserted into your body, and unlike you having to take medicines for Parkinson's, here it will be like a metered thing, and that device will tell you when the tremor will come, and all that. So we're in a very different scenario when it comes to the interventions with respect to medical device. So keeping this in mind is very helpful to develop technologies which can be very simple and can be also relevant to different contexts. See, for example, in the rural healthcare area, you can't move in large devices and set up a hospital, which is good, not a problem. But the costs of healthcare are going to go up tremendously. And second, we also have constraints of like language and all of that. If you see the earlier example that I talked to you about, those three examples, Vaisa and all of them, there's another Swasa, which is a one which is a non-invasive device which will capture your cough, and then and then again it can capture information that you can tell in various languages. So we do have constraints of the what you call resource limitations depending on the settings that we know. So that is where we need to really pitch on what is the target audience, what is the problem that we are solving when it comes to some of these. So almost the last part of it is where I would like to throw a little bit focus on. So we know that technologies are being developed in different parts of the medical device sector, depending on the type of device, to the disease, to disorder, whatsoever that is. And then, of course, stage of the healthcare system. So how do we really look at it from an Indian context? So that is very, very critical. Now, we do have the drugs and cosmetic legislation. We have a Ministry of Health and Women and Child Welfare. Yes, that is correct. Then we also have the need for improving healthcare. That is very predominant. In the inaugural, I spoke to you about the aspect that today it is an out-of-pocket expense, and therefore predominantly. So therefore, we also need to look at how can we make healthcare more easily available, and how can we make healthcare also more independent of what we call the where it becomes more easy to use also. So therefore, that part of it also becomes it's like a mobile becomes a standalone. So the dexterity with which we're using a mobile, soon we are also going to use devices of that nature. This week, I was speaking to one of those researchers, one from the Department of Computer Science, and another student is from the School of Medical Science and Technology in our institution. Now, they are trying to come up with a device which is very, very important for one of the so-called neurodegenerative disease, that sector. So very, they have data which is available. Now the trained data is where they're going to now pitch their model on. And then they're also having the components developed. And then they've also come up with some way of where they have some preliminary information generated. And then, it has certain analysis points done. Now then comes the question about how do we really look at the intellectual property part of it. So the moment we are able to show that it works and it works in that specific context, then certainly we go for a provisional filing. And of course, we need not only just that using it on a trained data, but it's actually important because these are going to be devices. And so therefore, clinical support, clinical data validation, those things become also very adequately important in the area. Though that is not core to intellectual property, but one must remember that intellectual property and regulation are two sides of the same coin when we come to anything we discuss about drugs or anything that we discuss about medical devices. So in the intellectual property strategy, whether it is a startup, whether it is a company, you need to take care of even handling the simultaneously the regulatory part as well. So you may file a patent application, go ahead with the patent office. You can only get what you can get a patent right. And that right is not for you to use, right? The right is a right to exclude others to make, use, or offer for sale and all. So if you want to use it, you need marketing approval. So unless you go hand in hand, that is, parallelly also filing for regulatory approval, which obviously also takes longer, because then there's clinical data, then you need certification, and then, the ethics committee clearance. All these are part of the things. And if you're a company, you may want to outsource that to a clinical research organization, CRO, and then generate. So though that is not an intellectual property concern, but it is tagged to intellectual property concern because you may have the patent, as I told you already now, but you may not be able to practice the patent because if most often in this area, the exclusivity is something that you would yourself want to manufacture. Because the moment you actually permit the license for manufacturing, you're also revealing your trade secrets. And this is why most medical device manufacturers also develop the technology themselves, or rather, not only develop, you also manufacture it themselves, because then there's this core part of it. And of course, when we're looking at bringing in devices across countries, then we are obviously affected by the regulation in those countries. So regulation does act as a barrier when it comes to intellectual property, because you may seek patent rights again in all other countries, but if the FDA approval is not given under the US FDA, then of course there's a Center for Digital Rights, Center for Digital Healthcare, a separate division under the US FDA, which actually looks into the aspect of software as medical device and all of these. Then of course we have in the European Union, the European Medicine Agency. So the EMA clearance is a requirement if you want to move your product into the European Union. So export controls in terms of the regulation itself is what we are impacted with. So when we talk about strategy with respect to IP, yes, early filing of IP is certainly important. And then of course we need to also parallelly look at regulation. Now, one other important aspect of IP, particularly when you're talking about startups, is at a very early stage, if you're able to transfer the technology, then what happens is the further work of that particular or making it, finally as a product is something that the buyer, you're selling away your technology, would look at it. And in this area, it is also encouraged what we call joint development. So one part is the transfer of technology, where you are actually, permitting the use of it. Then what happens is further development in terms of customizing it to a particular context, bringing it together into the market. These things are something which we usually also see in this area. So sometimes when we look at the data that comes out of it and look at the owner information, the assignee information with respect to patents, we do find joint owners. Either they've developed it together or there's a one concern has developed it, but later on the further development is again going back into that specific sector. And so therefore, that is something which is what we see in this area. So these are some of the important things when it comes to early transfer of technology is helpful if it's a startup, because startup itself means that, right? Startup is, they're a startup and they quickly develop technology and transfer it on. So the kind of arrangements that we see when it comes to these is not just the IP part of the technology transfer, but we are also looking at it from the perspective of the resident know-how, the data set, and all of that also as part of it. So there are obviously many questions that we ask, when it comes to IP licensing, particularly, when we say intellectual property strategy, under that, there are several facets of it, when we come to so one is the due diligence has to be done carefully, because who is going to own the IP? So is it only for non-exclusive basis that you are looking at? In which case you still hold on to the technology. But the areas are such that they can become very customized. You have to customize the solution. In which case there is a further development. If there is a further development, then that development should be granted back to the owner, and so that further IP. So how do you draw the licensing clauses? And then there is also a monitoring clause, because today, let us say I develop the technology here, in my institution now, because of the diffuse nature of the technology, it may go to, you do not know into which country and into what thing. So how do you monitor? So those things are actually also very important. And many times we are looking at, in the medical device sector, we are looking at, one is the entire device, the other is the components part of it. So understanding this is also very important in terms of components, and who is developing which component, and then how do you see the assembling of those components and those things. One other ancillary thing, but very important thing that is relevant even for IP strategy, is the growth of standards in the area. So if you see world over, we have different standards when it comes to different aspects of the healthcare. Now, medical devices are also covered by certain technical specification standards which they have to meet in order for them to be applied uniformly, harmoniously into the healthcare sector. Specification, whether they are an ISO standard or medical India standards, whatsoever, again become applicable. So therefore, very earlier on, you have to, what you call, have, it is the intellectual property strategy will not just be the IP strategy, please. It will also include the notions with respect to the regulation, standards applicable any, and then the nuances of that particular sector, because every sector in the medical device area is not just the same, because there are nuances of each type of area. Some are very much primary healthcare oriented, which is across using in the primary healthcare. Certain things are secondary healthcare, that means it's very disease specific. So those kind of things. And let's say it's a thing which is managing several other solutions, then it is more with respect to other aspects of it. So therefore these things are something which we see. My feeling is that going forward, we'll have something like how we have pentavalent vaccines, where 5 in one bunch you're getting the vaccine. We're possibly going to have devices which are going to simultaneously detect many things, and that will be something which will be like a we already have, for that matter, in many countries, where simultaneously the device will do many things at one time. And so far as India is concerned, see, we have the advantage of the Patent Act. In Patent Act, we have Section 21JA, which talks about an invention what is an inventive step? When we say an invention is a leap in the technology, or invention is advanced from the earlier prior art, it can be done in 2 different ways. The inventive step understanding, in the case of India, either the invention has a technical advance, which is one characteristic. The other characteristic is or economic significance, or both. So if you're having, let us say, an existing medical device, but that medical device can be made in a much more cheaper way, okay, then we have solutions which could be amenable, for the patenting in India. So economic significance is something which we can take very good advantage when it comes to the Patent Act. So here, cost-effective solutions, simple solutions are something which is what we need to look at. Most often these days, I do come across a lot of inventions when it comes to detection of anemia in resource limiting conditions. We have single hand clip based things. So these are very interesting inventions that are coming up, but certainly this is the technology part of it. But from the regulation perspective, it should be a validated technology and also offer reliable solutions. So that is something we need to keep in mind. While we are very much keen on innovating in the area, but from the perspective of the medical area, we need to understand that it should be validated and it should be reliable. So this, because safety and efficacy, as you know, is a core and cardinal thing when it comes to the whether it's a drug or a device. So therefore, that part of it has to be also kept in mind. So that is where we see the relevance of it. So far as licensing of AI and inventions is concerned, we had a very, very limited work that we had done some time back. Again, trying to understand how do we see the intellectual property licensing, not because AI inventions was a study area, but how do we see these license agreements, how they are different from other kind of agreements. And today, when we look at some of these technologies, most often we are also looking at multi-solutions, as I just mentioned to you, in which case, it's very important to understand the flow of information, the annexures when it comes to the license agreement about how the device functions or how the device connects to an external thing or to a cloud in terms of, putting the data or deriving the data from all those kind of things. Because today, diagnostics is not just taking out a digital X-ray. It's about somewhere it is going, somewhere it is, being organized, analyzed, and all that. So that entire part of that chain or that network has also become important. So monitoring clauses, those things also are something which are relevant. So when we come to the intellectual property with respect to advanced medical devices, this is exactly what we see. There is another ancillary part of it, which is where we see multi-components, based things in terms of supply chain and how intellectual property is being protected through the supply chain. And that is where we see industries typically, having intellectual property arrangements with certain type of supply chains, so that the trade secret part of it, which is resident sometimes in the IP, or even it can also be post IP in terms of the know-how of protocols and all those, how that is managed in this area. So it's a very good area to work for people like like us who deal with the aspects of IP. But for people who are developers, understanding nuances of this area becomes relevant because you have to capture the intellectual property on it. And most often, patents are the ones which we take it because these are all functional devices. Rarely we do see designs, but predominantly it is actually patents that are taken in this area. So patenting strategy becomes relevant with respect to this. So all I can conclude with is that we, just to bring it into a summary, is that today when we look at the medical device area in terms of advancing it, we are now looking at simple solutions. At the same time, very effective in terms of the problems that we have in the healthcare, what is typically used as the pain point, what they say. Okay, those things are important to address. So very early on looking at this is important. Then looking at major markets, is again that is very relevant. AI as one important component of today's implementation of software as medical devices becomes again in the context of medical devices becomes very relevant. So and neighborhood solutions. So what is for the global four may not be for what is relevant for your own state or your own locality. So if you're looking at rural solutions, we need to also look at what is called neighborhood solutions. And so therefore, intellectual property strategy must have nuances of all of this considered to be more effective and also help in revenue generation, right? That is where the whole strategy works. So that's about it. I mean, with that, I think I'd like to close this. This is some of the work that we've done on understanding how many of these devices have been opposed or revoked. So I've already mentioned in summary. So this is what it is in terms of it's a sunrise area, certainly. And we need to not only look at its better percolation in different sectors, but also cautious in terms of the risks that it can generate. We need risk regulation in terms of point of care devices today. Risk regulation typically has been for large devices and it's a separate thing. But today, point of care device, do we know? Can we have information on risk regulation? We assume certain devices are very safe, but how sure are we? Because it is now part of your body, when it's a wearable or whatsoever that is. So understanding that is important. And of course, this is something which is more philosophical in nature, but certainly all these devices have had an impact on the society in terms of, it is also some way changing social behavior, but that's not primarily an interest that we should take it forward in this deliberation today. Certainly, regulatory frameworks have to be kept in mind, which I mentioned to you. Thank you. I think this has been a wonderful opportunity to deliberate with all of you on a very important area. And certainly, I look forward to seeing medical devices being developed by your groups or the people that whom you're associated with. It is a tremendous opportunity for all of us and improving our healthcare. Thank you. Thank you so much. And this is a book that we wrote some time back on particularly to deal with devices which are AI-assisted devices. And thank you. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions if you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the excellent session and introduction to medical technology devices. So participants, if you have any questions, you can ask, ma'am. Ma'am, could you explain the brief overview of the patent filing procedures in India?
Okay. Yeah. So sorry, you said what is it? Patent filing. Before that, you said something.
Patent filing procedures, overview
prerequisites.
of
Prerequisites. Yeah. Prerequisites. Yeah. So see, first and foremost, the prerequisite for a patent filing is comes at two stages. One is you have the prototype. So, for example, if it's a medical device that we are talking about, see, the other day, two of the students came and they said, look, we are developing this device for this neurodegenerative disease. I said, very good, no problem. They have the trained data already available. They know it is doable. Okay. But then still it is an idea, right? So I said that now you said that the trained data will be used by a system and then you will see the display of whether or not the patient is having a real time what you call fits or something like that, right? So if that is the case, can I see the intervention or the component being developed, at least some of the components? So they came up with that component also. They showed me, and then so but that is not completely now developed. The data has to be generated, vetted out, all that. But it is doable when certain components are developed. It is at that stage that we are filing for a patent application to seek what is called priority. Now, what are the prerequisites when it comes to patent filing? We have to keep in mind the criteria that are there under the law, right? That is important. There is the substantive part of it. That is, every invention cannot be filed at the patent office, right? It has to be novel. It has to have an inventive step. It has to have some general utility. These are what are called patentability criteria. Now, an invention may be perfectly novel, perfectly inventive, also having some general utility, but it is unsafe for the public. Even one use which is unsafe for the public, then it is not eligible under the law. So we have patent eligibility requirements, which is spelled out in section 3. We have patentability criteria under the Act. So when is this tested? It is tested when you file the complete documentation. So I mentioned to you just now about the prototype, right? That is some preliminary components. I've locked the date of filing. 12 months from that date, by then you have to file the complete details. In order to take benefit of this first application that you file, the final completed documentation details of how that medical device the complete part of it, how it communicates, what is the, what it's supposed to treats, look at diagnostics of something, is it doing that? That part of it, that entire data should be ready by before the expiry of 12 months. So often we have to tell people that, look, 12 months is a very, very important timeline. Even one day later, the patent office will not accept the complete details. So 12 months is the bright line. We have to follow that. So that is one part of it. Then once that filing has been done, you have filed the complete details of your invention. Then comes the next stage where we are looking at publication, then examination, and then it moves to the patent office. So far as, let us say, medical device sector is concerned. Now, the analysis that you are taking up, that entire data in terms of the graphs, experimental data, all this are something that you need to back off in the complete documentation of it. So there is a substantive part of the law which will be affected by, especially when it comes to medical device area. What are the prerequisites? You must, if you're taking it as a diagnostic device is not a problem. But if the device is involved in diagnosing, let us say, a neurodegenerative disease, the treatment part of it you cannot take because it is barred under 3I, Section 3I of the Patent Act. That is, methods of treatment, diagnosis, surgical, prognosis, prophylactic, curative, none of this can be taken. So you can take it on the device, but not on the treatment method. Now you go to the US. Okay, there you can have, some ways in which medical treatment methods can also be protected. Now, the European Union has a middle approach where certain things are patentable, but certain other things are not patentable. So when we look at requisites under the law, it is obviously territorial in nature. When it comes to India, this is one thing. When it comes to other countries, you have the thing. So sum and substance, what are the prerequisites? The prerequisites before filing is, first of all, is the invention eligible under the law? So I cannot come up with a device and say this device will help me detect privacy details of individuals. Obviously, it's a law and order issue. So therefore, I cannot pitch it like that. So the requisites mean in terms of it should be eligible under the law, particularly when it comes to medical devices. Most often we are getting the rejection on 3I these days and 3K as well, because for an AI assisted medical device, the moment it is using the algorithm and the application of the algorithm, what is happening is that one is the examiner is looking at that AI part of it, and sometimes the examiner believes that actually this is nothing but an abstraction, and there is no tangible thing that the examiner is are able to make out. In which case, examiner will not only give the restriction under 3I, that treatment methods part of it, they will also give you a restriction under 3K. Now, another interesting thing that we have found in especially AI-based devices, 3M as well, that somehow the examiner is also presenting to us a restriction under that. This is somehow a presentation of information at the end of it. So it's very interesting the way we see today. But in many other cases, also you see grants. In many other cases, you don't see grants. So the restrictions under Section 3 become very, very important to look at in terms of the prerequisite. Then, of course, the patentability criteria. Novelty is cardinal. So how are you pitching the novelty of this device? That becomes very important. So today, the difference between an earlier patent to your patent may be very, very minuscule. But nevertheless, novelty may not be an issue. At least you're able to show one difference. But the issue will come with inventive step. So what if you make the new device, but after all, the new device can be easily envisageable? Then the question of the obviousness comes into picture, which is the second patentability criteria. So there again, we tend to see, for instance, the other day, and because we are discussing, I hope, madam, there's some time. I'm taking time. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am, we have time.
It's okay. Yeah. So there was this invention, which one of this medical science person came up to me and said, so this is about actually interventions through the arteries. Okay. So they have one particular way in which they want to have a more efficient, natural system of, they're moving something through the they have some capillary technologies and all. Okay. So that was one type of intervention. now the status of the technology has moved to the next level because technologies are also advancing. So today, from the same lab, another person has come up and said, no, I am not using, I have now developed it beyond that. So earlier one was already a patent application filed. Now this one comes up and says that my base is the same, my experimental area is the same, but now the intervention that I have brought about is actually much better than the earlier one. Now, where does the prerequisite, hit the entire patenting is that now this invention is also in the same field of area. Specifically, if you talk about it, is the interventions are also with respect to a specific sector. So that is where you're seeing the similarity. Now, when the examiner is looking at that, okay, she has modified it in order for it to now become more better, the examiner will say that, look, this is something that is easily envisageable. So if the examiner thinks that the state of the art tells me that today, if I use this technology, I can do it, then the examiner will ask, what is inventive about your invention? And the moment they ask that question, the question of actually lack of inventive step will arise. And so examiner will typically say, there's a lack of inventive step. It is not unsurprising to me. It is, I need it to be surprising value. Yeah, I know that this is the state of the art, but the intervention that the inventor has come up with is something unenvisageable. So the question that I had asked her was very simple. I said that, okay, earlier patent from your same lab, now you have another patent application that you've come up with. You are saying that I'm also using the same needle and, same capillary system, but mine is more efficient. I said, when you say it is more efficient, tell me how many fold and why that fold is unenvisageable by any other person. What is your, significant contribution? So you have to pitch it on that part of it, or you have to say it is more affordable compared to earlier technology. Then again, you're using the economic significance criteria. So this is where you see procedurally, there are many things, by the way. See, this is only the substantive law. Procedurally, you have to keep track of the time points at every stage of the patent application. So it's a very dedicated activity when it comes to that. But largely, I've told you the prerequisites at the stage of filing. This is what it is. The eligibility, patent eligibility under Section 3. You have novelty covered under the anticipation, what is under the Patent Act, Section 29 to 34. Then inventive step part is under Section 21JA. And then how to disclose the novelty and the inventive step is under Section 10. Novelty or inventive step should be disclosed clearly, concisely, method of operation should be given, best mode should be declared, description of the invention should be adequate. These are the important criteria. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. I have. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. You can ask your question.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm very surprised, ma'am, about the knowledge you have in this field. My question is to the ma'am. Ma'am, I have only two questions. Can you provide any current or past laws that is comes under the passing of action, passing of law? That is a term in law of trademarks. When I am teaching to the students, they are asking some of the current passing of law actions. The second question is, how come the infringement will happen in the geographical indication things, products? These are the two questions.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Rashmi, I think I couldn't get his voice completely, Dr. Srinath. Can you just tell me his specific question? His voice.
So this question was, how does infringement happens in case of geographical indications? So that type of IP. And
Okay, see. Okay, next, and then? That was the question, right?
And next is about the passing of law, passing of action.
Passing of action. Okay, you wanted to know about that. So yeah, Dr. Srinath, when you talk about infringement of a GI, so GI is first of all a community right, right? So when we talk about an infringement of a GI, we are talking about that infringing of it in terms of its the entire good itself. Because if you remember the GI Act typically covers goods only. It doesn't cover the service part of it, right? Yes. So that would amount to an infringement in terms of the if you are actually making the same thing in terms of the GI. So infringement of a GI typically is more of an infringement of that sort of this thing.
My doubt is, ma'am, because
Passing off is a remedy generally available, even under the trademark, thing. Even when you do not have a registered right, you can obviously take the passing off as a mechanism under the law. That someone is passing off, your, intellectual property as theirs. So that is where passing off comes as a remedy under the law. So available, of course, for trademarks as well. So that's what it is. And yeah, we do see in many cases that happening also. It's not that, but then we need a very good enforcement, obviously. And then that is where we have to look at the enforcement agencies, and of course, people who are dealing with, or, the communities there, often are not expected to, because communities are not in such a situation. But in many countries, you have enforcement agencies actively looking for these kind of a scenario. So if you see the intellectual property enforcement rules in India, they talk about those procedures in terms of it. So those IP watchdogs, in terms of custom authorities and all, have to be more active. Sometimes communities themselves are active, but from the way that we see in communities in India, that mechanism is first not available, because if post GI itself, after GI registration itself, they are not, in many cases, we see the impact positive. But in many cases, it's not just about registration of GI, but this is a very interesting facet of intellectual property. If you allow me, I can take a little time to explain that a little.
actually, ma'am, my question is actually, ma'am, I wanted to know that actually GI is, as you said, is a community based product. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
Then how come the infringement, if it is a single product, we can file case against them? Since geographic indication comes for
Yeah, if you see, recently
yes.
you're seeing the Prada case and all that. It's a Kolhapuri Chappals case and also. So you're seeing that. So here the assertion of that intellectual property is violated has to come typically from the community. Now that's what is the thing that you've been watching, right? You've been watching the proceedings on that, and that's the case, because it's a community, right? At the end of it.
Okay.
So yeah. So I'm not able to get your exact question. Are you worried about that, how infringement will be handled, or what is it like? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, this question
I
is asked.
understand. I completely am with you on that. And today, actually, this has received a completely different dimension when it comes to GIs being sold online, So, yeah, that's a big problem. In fact, enforcement of GIs, we have post-GI studies done. At least some of the areas in which we have worked on, we see post-GI impact studies done most on the economic aspects part of it and, community part of it. But enforcement of GI, there are not many. There may be one or two studies, but not really on how succinctly the enforcement mechanism should work from an empirical standpoint. Generally, anyone can write an article, but enforcement statistics, all that, from an Indian perspective, I'm not at least aware of. I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
tell
That
you.
is what I
I can
know.
tell you. But one thing, you have raised a very valid question, because I remember in the pandemic time, there was this, remember that CII, and they had a digital workshop, right, of the GI stalls and all that. In that discussion, we also came across that the Bureau of Indian Standards had developed standards for Rasgulla, the very first GI, okay, for standard development. So we don't know. See, standards can be developed, but implementation of standards can become costly also. That problem is also there. But we have to, maybe the tagging part of it is where you can see a technical way of better enforcing GI. For example, Pashmina shawl also, if you see, Yasir Mir, has done some very landmark work in this area of developing that, in that shawl itself, that encryption technology. So you know that only in that lot, only these many numbers will be made. So technological way of protecting GI is one part of it, but of course, nothing like we have to enforce it better. So police authorities, should be better trained in identifying, infringing goods and things like that. and yeah, better awareness. But putting it on the communities is a little too much actually, because how much can the communities actually actively monitor their own GI? See, they're busy making their GI, the demand is growing, but the facility that may not be adequate for them, right? So putting it entirely on the communities is a problem. Rather, you should have enforcement agencies billing in from the police authorities to customs. That chain activated better. Anyway,
Okay.
interesting question. Opened up interesting
Thank you.
discussion.
Thank you for your valuable
Yeah,
answer.
yeah. But you're very right. Compared to trademark enforcement, we don't have that kind of a thing with respect to GI. We need to realize that better. Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's a nice question, sir.
Any others? Dr. Anamika Saxena, do you have any question? Okay. So I think there are no more questions, ma'am. And thank you so much for the informative talk and for spending your valuable time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All the best, all of you. Yeah. Thank you.
So we have our next speaker, Dr. Balaji Devarajan, and Dr. Shaktivel will be introducing Dr. Balaji.
We are now moving to the session 3, which is the last session of the 6 days FDP, which is on artificial intelligence driven patent drafting and searching strategies, which will be delivered by Dr. Balaji Devarajan, Head Intellectual Property Rights Cell, KPR Institutions, Coimbatore. Dr. Balaji is having 18 years of experience in teaching and research as well as in industry, both India and abroad. He has completed his PhD in manufacturing technology, additive manufacturing from University of Swahili, Panama, and he is also having second PhD in mechanical engineering from Anna University, India. He has also received honorary doctorate for most number of patents filed in an year from World Record University, UK in the year of November 2017. And also, to his credit, Sar has completed triple master's degree, Master of Science in Precision Engineering from NTU University, Singapore. He has Master of Engineering in Aeronautical Engineering and MBA in Airline and Airport Management through Distance Education, Anna University, at the year of 2016. He finished. He has published 126 Indian patents, among which 5 Indian patents got granted and 1 technology transfer also he has done. He has also 2 copyrights registered. In addition, he has published 43 Scopus and SCI indexed publications with an highest impact factor of 12.1. He has received 14 awards from Record Books. As a keynote speaker, he had conducted several IPR sessions, and so far he has trained 2,200 plus faculty members and delivered lectures in 60 plus institutions. He has been recognized by International Book of Records for most number of webinars handled in a short duration, that is 11 webinar handled in a fortnight on IPR. He has also cleared patent agent examination conducted by Indian government, which provides forum for him to act as a legal representative for industry, institute, as well as for any individuals. Presently, he is heading the Center for Intellectual Property Rights in KPR Institutions, Coimbatore. With this, I welcome Dr. Balaji Devarajan for starting the session. Sir, the session is on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. My screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible and your screen is visible.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. So, first of all, I would like to thank ESG management and ATAL for providing me the forum to discuss about the intellectual property rights strategy for advanced healthcare and medical technology innovations. And specifically, the last session of the day, specifically even the last session for the entire FDP is AI-driven patent search and draft. How do you start with specifically the patent search and drafting? So this is the main core agenda for the discussion. And specifically now, I would like to hear from anyone at least. Have you really got idea about patent search and draft? And if that is the case, what is the base for any innovation? Anybody from the participants, you can post your answers through chat. What do you understood from the term innovation or patent search or patent drafting? Which would be the core to begin with? Any idea? Even you can post your answers. You don't want to even unmute and talk. Any answers from the forum? Okay, let us begin with the notion of understanding. What is an intelligence? Intelligence is the base, I could say, which has the idea or generation start from the basic idea. Whatever may be the intellectual property that we are going to look in around the globe, it is purely based on the initial idea that which is popped in. So this idea, if you ask anybody in the globe, they may say, I have one idea, I have multiple ideas, I have idea. But how do we validate it and how really the validation really matters for it? So based on this notion, we'll begin our session by understanding the term intelligence. What is intelligence in general from your perception? Any participants can post your answers through chat. So I'll continue. So specifically, if you consider the intelligence, whatever the activity we do, right? Based on the activity we perform, everybody is doing some activity. How it is really converted into a state of intelligence? We all have only one brain. Our brain will think like a scientist brain. That is the way we need to assess the term intelligence. One particular stage or notion where we are, one particular understanding we require that whatever the activity perform in the globe, right? Whatever we do, we require human brain. If that is a scenario, when we can really convert into a scientific thinking, or we can say intelligence, particular state wherein we are really spending an effective time on a specific domain, or in the other way around, specifically the time which is valuably concentrating or focusing or conveying towards or converging towards a specific domain which leads to intelligence. I'll give an example for that. We all know what is Rubik cube. How much time we generally take to solve it? Maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes or so on and so forth. Specifically, the world record who did is he solved 23 cubes in a minute time. If that is the case, does he possess multiple brains? The answer is no. If that is the case, how he could achieve that state? As simple as that, the effective time is spent on specific domain, which leads him an intelligence. If that is a case, everywhere we have one notion that that state of being is changed by doing or performing some activity, or the focus towards a specific domain based outcome. Shall we call him as a intelligent person in that domain alone? Obviously, the answer is yes. Similarly, how do you validate your own ideas? How the idea validation can be done in this scenario, right? Based on this, we'll move to validation part. How you could validate an idea. How you can validate a specific idea by doing a patent search. How generally can you all do patent search? Specifically by using keywords. First, we will discuss in such a way that how the normal search can be performed slowly, and we can understand how the drafting or core part of the drafting can be done, and how AI tool is really assisting us to do it in a faster way. I didn't use the word better, but faster, because to make it better, again, human intelligence is required. We cannot make it better as such. For sure, we need human intelligence to do the better search, but still it does in a faster manner. How do we do that and how that is being done? We'll go, this is like kind of a flow of the session. Let us take first, why actually we need to do search? What is the real requirement to carry out a patent search? First, to get to know about the existing invention in a more closer. Shaktivel sir, is my screen is visible and I'm audible? On participant posting that it is not visible.
Sir, PPT is not open, sir. We can see only the files that you are sharing in the document. The session 1 is not opened yet.
1 second. Stop and reopen it. Now is my screen is visible?
Yeah, we can see the full screen, but even now the PPT is not visible.
How is it visible, ma'am?
Sir, have you touched on the tab entire screen? Are you sharing your entire screen? If so, you can just navigate to the PowerPoint and then, yeah, you can
Now,
actually
ma'am?
move. Yes, sir. Now it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So, specifically, why do you want to go for a search and what is the real importance of carry out search? As we continue from there on, everybody has an idea. The idea should be validated against the existing invention so that which can be converted into a patentable invention. One specific agenda here is we need to understand why do you want to carry out a search and what is the need of having a patent search or search in general, because even it is a patent, we have to search in entire digital scope, right? It doesn't mean that only in patent database we need to search. We need to carry out the patent search in all the existing database, which includes any digital form for that cause. It has to be validated. If that is the case herein, if a patent is filed in India, it doesn't mean that the same patent can be filed in any of the foreign countries, because once a patent is filed here and once it is move on to the public domain in the form of a publication, obviously around the globe, nobody can file it as a patent. So in such a scenario, we need to understand the existing invention specifically. Is there any relevancy to the topic of interest? So that is the reason why we need to carry out search at first phase. And second one is potentially to save our money, because most of the inventions in India alone, let us take a database. In India alone, almost we are filing around 1 lakh patents. Among us, 50,000 patents almost by foreign nation. In this 50,000 patent itself, right, almost we could say around 80% of patent which is recommended for examination almost got rejected because of poor prior art search. Because we are assuming in most of the case patent databases are restricted only to the vicinity, and patent database are restricted to specific country, and another notion that patents means we need to search only in patents. If it is available is in the form of a product, can we go for a patent? Obviously no. Because in one way or another way, if it is in public domain, even in the form of a photograph or in the form of a image, that scenario makes us a horrible situation that we need to carry out search even in that. This clarity we need to know. That's why I have mentioned it as potential to save your money. That's the second thought. And the third thought is to gain a confidence about your invention. What is the confidence here in? See, for example, if I keep on searching and referring so many parameters, right? There is some modification I did, it is been there in one form or another form. There are multiple patents in this, but one step is different from that. All are well and good. But we need to ensure that that one step is not there or elsewhere it is not been recorded through any digital mode. That is the reason why the third notion says that to gain a confidence about the invention, we need to carry out search. I recommend you please go for a search before filing it as a patent. As I told, almost 80%, not alone in terms of time, money you think it of, it's simply mere go waste because of one core reason, poor search what we perform. The last notion is to improve the chances of patent getting grant. This is the important thing. Simply filing a patent itself no use. Publishing a patent no use. Even granting a patent, yes, to a little extent it is fine enough. At least some of the foreign products, right? If you fail to file a patent in India, and some of the foreign products, they come and file a patent in India, they will sell foreign products in India with full rights. Because you know very well about the strategies. China alone filing almost 13 lakh patents every year. US is filing around 6 lakhs patents every year. So how cautious we supposed to? But we are filing merely 1 lakh patents. That is also 50% from foreign nationals. Please have this in mind. Please do a proper search, or I could recommend you to carry out a search by which we can do wonders. Generally, how we all do the search? By simple potential keywords, right? I am also going with the simple keywords, but I'm not directly getting to the patent database search. First, we'll do it in our well-known search engine. That is, we are changing the proverb, isn't it? Madapida, Google Devam. In Google only, we are going to carry out the search. My ultimate aim to carry out the search is I need to identify Rorito red ballpoint pen as a key entity by which I'm going to defend, or I need to have an innovative edge over Rorito red ballpoint pen. Generally, I do this as a hide and seek game, but unfortunately in online, I don't want to make you to answer because there are too many people. There may be some distractions also. So to avoid that, generally how the people performed in online and offline, I have captured in the form of a simple Google search format. That's all. My ultimate aim is Rorito red ballpoint pen. But here, if I asked to do that, most of them started only with pen. See, a simple data, obviously it varies, you know very well. The data what you have taken is just, they are starting with pen. I am getting 240 crore hits. So obviously we cannot go for refining the search further because this itself made us very horrible. The case number 2, I told it is Rorito red ballpoint pen. So people included the term ballpoint pen. Obviously, it lands up with 8.1 crore hits. Again, it is tough for us to perform the task, or I could say we cannot go for additional invention based on 8.1 crore. And third one, I have mentioned it is red color. So they have mentioned that one also during the search. It comes hardly around 3.58 crore hits. Again, it's too tough for us to get into. One important thing I would like to highlight here is, are we carrying out a search in a correct manner or in a wrong manner? If you think, I never say what we did is wrong or what Google given is wrong, but we really don't know how the effective search can be carried out. What is effective search herein? Here you could see here the words, how the Google search performed so far, that we need to understand. How so far the search is carried out is read separately as an entity, ball, because that is also identifying separate entity herein, and point, and then pin, all together. That is red plus ball plus point plus pin. This is the way the search carried out so far. A small thing which I would like to emphasize at the last is the company or a brand name, because this is the ultimate keyword what I like to search. See here I got again 5 lakh searches. Is it viable for us to search? Anybody from the participant, just you can post your answers through chat. How do I further refine the search? Because this is my last keyword. All the keywords I have given. Any answers from the participants? And just post it in the no. Any other answers? Thank you, ma'am. Company name via company name. Thank you, ma'am. Any other identity? My ultimate aim is I supposed to reduce my hit, or I could say the exact term I need to derive or number of hits should be reduced so that I can perform the search, or I could say I can add value addition to the number of hits which I get. That is the ultimate question. Design of a pen. Okay, ma'am. Any other? Because here one important parameter is I have not included. I don't have an option to include any other keywords. So I'm giving you a hint. You shouldn't change any keyword, but still you can reduce the hit by giving some additional symbols or anything for that cause. Any idea? No answers? Okay. I'll assume there is no answers from your end. So just if you see the search performed here, I need to refine the search in such a way that all should come as a single entity. How I could do that? Very, very simple. What is the keyword or what is the additional thing I can add is, see, a mere double quote symbol is more than sufficient to refine the search. Of pins. Thank you, ma'am. But it is yet easiest way is just to give double quotation. That's all. This is applicable for patent databases also. That is the reason why I performed and shown the normal Google itself for the better understanding, because we people are completely adapted to the Google search, because we generally search our contact number in Google. That is the reason why. That's why it has become so much familiarized for us. So that's why I use the simple Google platform itself. One basic notion here is I just added double quotation to ballpoint pen. That's all. Here you could see the search carried out is only for the ballpoint pen. It is highlighted in the screen. But here the search carried out, you can see here, it is shown for even ball pen. What is the difference here is, if we are not giving within the double quotation, it will consider all as a single entity. But if we are giving in the double quotation, now the search carried out for Rorito plus red plus ballpoint pen as a single entity. That is the reason why you could see here the ballpoint pen alone is highlighted in this. Again, your question will be, I'm focusing only on red color. then why can't you include? Yes, you can include. It's little bit older data. Now the search may be less or more. Possibilities are very maybe not much, maybe 100 plus or minus. That's all. So here you could see I have included double quotation for red ballpoint pen. How the search carried out so far? Here is Rorito plus red ballpoint pen as a single entity. Now you can imagine that with the 1030 invention, or let us round off 1100 inventions, easily we can include additional one more also, right? This is the simplest way you can carry out the search. This data we need to understand very, very clearly that if we are giving the double quotation, this reduces, or I don't know to use the word reduce, it will narrow the search, narrow down specifically to the core invention which we really required. This is applicable for even patent databases also. That is the reason why I have included this. Here you could see, mostly we need to avoid a company name or any of the name, for example, Balaji, so on and so forth. All nouns should be mostly removed. What is the search here? Very specifically, if you consider features only, we need to go for a search. Please have this clarity with you. And now we'll move on to, as I told, the search should be very, very precise. And patent search is like a kind of an art. We cannot get it the result immediately. We need to go for multiple iterations, and the search is kind of an art you can learn over a period. This is the core which I would like to emphasize more on. International patent classification, and specifically for the pen B43K. This is also one of the international patent classification number or code. Why it is required? For example, if you consider pen, how many of you, okay, I don't want to answer question, I'll answer it. Mostly, most of you are consider this as a single invention, but pen itself comprising of almost more than 4 or 5 inventions it has, because the color changing mechanism is a one invention, and how the nib can be derived out either through a cap or through a toggle button or through any mechanism to bring in, and how the ink can be dispensed. If you consider all these parameters and material of the case and material of the nib which dispenses the ink, consider these kind of scenario, it comprises of more than 4 inventions it has. Simple example, I have invented a mechanism. If I write a word A, it writes in blue color. If I write a word or letter in next letter B, it writes in red color. If I write a letter C, it writes in green. If I write a letter D, it writes in black color. Here the core feature is only color changing mechanism, right? This color changing mechanism, it doesn't mean that applicable only to pen. You need to understand very clearly. This can be applicable for any other thing also. Let us take, most of you would have seen one of the famous social media, social media post. It has one thing in Volkswagen car. If you press a button, automatically the exterior of the car color alone changes, right? So even here, I am not using any other mechanism or toggling button to change my color. I am simply writing automatically it gets changed. So you can think it of this color changing mechanism can be applicable to any of the object. Let us take this can be applicable to a chair. This can be applicable to even a pillow or a bed, wherever we are really has some impact on color that we can mention. For example, even assume if you are sitting in a chair, your body temperature rises, the chair color will automatically changes to orange or red. It indicates that body is so heat. Here also you could see this is a mechanism. So now you could understand the color changing mechanism is not specifically for pen. So only because of this reason, the international pattern classification is in existence. How do you search this? How do you get it? I'll let you know. In a WIPO website, you can get this international pattern classification code for any product in the globe. anything for the cars, any feature, if you want to look in, for sure it has at least one international patent classification code. Please understand this. Every invention should come only with patent classification number or code. Whatever the patent, if you file in world, anywhere, not alone in India, whatever you file, now, any one international patent classification, none of the patents will come without patent, international patent classification number. What is the CPC is all about? CPC is cooperative patent classification. This is specifically for you. I suggest you, I request you always, you should go with the IPC because this is almost followed universally by many people for that case, right? So if you stick with IPC, almost you can cover the entire globe because everywhere the IPC is being used. So here the clue for you is while performing a patent search, you need to combine the keyword as well as IPC. If you are go ahead and proceeding without the IPC, you are unable to narrow specifically. I'll give an example by doing a search in real time. This for this itself will perform and I'll show you like a demo. But you need to go ahead understand one important parameter, multiple keyword combination and multiple IPC combination. Narrow down the search to as specific as you required. For example, I have shown around 1,000 inventions related to red ballpoint pen alone. But if you perform a search exactly with the addition of international patent classification number, your search will come hardly around 30 to 40. That's all. So 40, if you extract all the features, just add one to it, it's become your own invention. That is the way you can carry out search now. Now even the AI tools are made it very, very easily perform a patent search. These are all some of the paid databases, free databases. Just these are all some of the demo, but mostly we are not deep dive into this. How Google Patent IDE looks, Indian Patent Search looks, Freedom to Operate Search, and WIPO. This mostly predominantly I prefer to use. Depends upon the person. Many may use USPTO or European Patent Search or WIPO or specific countries database also they may use. But I prefer to use is WIPO because it's very simple and you can carry out multiple search very easily. I just given a pen. You could see how many relevant inventions has come. Because why these many inventions, why these many data, specifically why it is so, even you could see here, Microsoft Corporation is higher in numbers. Why it has been is when if you give simply, it includes even stylish for that task. So patent filing, we don't want to get into deeper, but one thing we need to understand, ordinary application and PCT application and convention application. What is ordinary application? If a patent originated in India, right, it should be first filed in India. For example, when we go for a convention application that is other than India, we need to understand the important term. If a patent is originated in India, first you need to file a patent in India. After 6 weeks or within 12 months time, we can go for other country filings. Else, if the product doesn't have a market in India, we can request our country through FFL, foreign filing license. You request them, they will generally release within 6 weeks. You can file this patent outside the country directly. Other than that, we cannot go for foreign filing as such. Then what is PCT-NP? Patent Cooperation Treaty, national phase. What is the real meaning for that? See, for example, PCT means it's a treaty signed by almost 153 plus countries with the aid of a WIPO. WIPO is the one World Intellectual Property Organization. They are the nodal body Please understand, they are only the nodal body. They are supporting or they are smoothing the process of intellectual property throughout the globe. So that is their core requirement. Herein, the PCT NP means national face. Even India become a member, India can give the, as we did patent search, they can give one search report. Even they can give one examination report also. With this, we can go for filing it in many countries. What is the advantage in this one is, say for example, if a patent is filed in India, wherever we file the patent through this PCT mode, that is search report and examination report we attached and assume we are filing it in 70 more countries. Instantly, if patent granted in any of the country, all other countries has to give patent grant. That is the way they have smoothened the process, because generally I have filed the first patent in 2011. It was granted only in 2019. So this kind of time delay are really worst case scenarios in inventions. So that is the reason why they are adopting the faster phase. Now we'll go on to get into those many details. Naturally, directly this is the way we can download all the forms. Most of you are aware of patent forms and fees. India, if you type most of the patents, you can download from the first link. All the forms are easily downloadable. Whatever the communication we have to made or we are going to make with the patent office, you need to go ahead with only forms. Without forms, you cannot communicate with the patent office. This is the e-filing fees and the physical filing fees. These are all the forms. It's mandatory for complete filing. That is Form 1 application, Form 2, Form 3, Form 5, Form 9, Form 18 for examination, Form 9 for yearly publication. Most of you are aware of this. This is the special category. Only it's available in e-filing. Form 18A also we can submit instead of Form 18, because if some one women applicant is there, generally, as I told, my patent got granted in 8 years and my third patent got granted within a year time because of this Form 18A. Within a year time or maximum within 1.5 years, our patent will get granted. You know very well, there are 3 stages in patent: patent filing, patent publication, and patent grant. Patent grant we can easily achieve with the help of this Form 18A within 1.5 years time period. One of the particular condition for that, one applicant should be a women applicant. In such a case, 12,100 is the filing fee. Physical filing, Form 18A we cannot submit. You need to take a DD, 8,900. Just to capture this particular screen, it's more than sufficient for ease of your filing procedure. And finally, we are getting to the second part, that is how a patent draft is supposed to be carried out. What is the way we can carry out the patent search? Sorry, patent drafting. Consider these are all supposed to be the table of contents. How a title should be, our field, our background, what is an object. These are all the specific, we could say. This is considered to be a techno-legal document. What is the meaning of techno-legal? Most of you would have discussed so far. Patent drafting is not only the technical feature emphasizing, right? We need to cover or we need to protect using legally, as well as we need to define the invention clearly, even though nobody should copy. So now you could understand the real feel of what is patent drafting. Particularly, there are some conditions to draft this. That alone we'll discuss. Then we will go into AI tools. Specific thing here is title of the invention. Title should be less than 15 words. First parameter, right? Then the important notion is there shouldn't be any fancy words. For example, if I'm using a, assume I have invented a soap. We shouldn't give the name like a wash well soap, right? Similarly, I have made a mobile phone, right? I shouldn't keep the name called modified mobile phone, or simply I couldn't say improved mobile phone. Please, the title should be very, very precise and concise. What is the meaning? It should address the main feature of the invention. Even the invention holistic name should be a part of it. That's all, right? For example, the wash well soap. How can I keep the name? Specific feature. What I have included is how the wash well can be achieved. So, for example, the X and Y chemical enhancing the way of washing by which the cleaning process is achieved. This is the way we need to keep. Please understand, right? And even modified mobile phone, modified based on what? The battery system is improved by which the mobile can be long last, or we can say the mobile battery life is extended for so many times by including, say for example, some additional in battery system for that cars. So please understand the title should be precise and concise by which you can find, and also it should be less than 15 words. What is the field of the invention? Field generally comprises of, it shouldn't be the holistic stuff, should be very, very specific again. How, for example, you are inventing a same mobile phone, some modification you did in the mobile phone. Therein, you shouldn't claim it is related to a communication device. It should be very specifically related to mobile phone and specifically on how it is really related to the specific domain. How you need to start? The present invention, sorry, excuse me. The present invention relates to the field of, let us take a mobile phone, and particularly relates to the field of communication device, which is enhancing the effective communication, full stop. And more specifically, or you can directly start, more specifically, it is relates to the capacitor inclusion and the induction addition, which leads to better communication device. If you are using the word device throughout the draft, it should follow the same terminology, device. If you are using a system, it should be throughout the draft, it should follow the term system. Or entire, for example, if you are using an equipment, it should follow that. Please address these things very, very carefully while drafting a patent. Here we are just go ahead and combine again. Background of the invention, it specifically relates to the existing invention related to our topic. That either it may be a patent document, and let us take either it may be a journal document or it may be a blog, any digital document for that class. Please give a search, maybe either it may be a relevant application number and the title and a small description for that particular invention if it's a patent. In case of journal, you need to give the journal link and the title, and then along with the small description of that journal. It may be even taken from the abstract also. And specifically, the third part is blog. You can give the link and what it is described. So all this, one important thing you should need to know here is, please don't criticize other invention. Say for the cause, this invention fails in this notion. This is completely a different phenomenon. They are not addressed this. Please don't write. Write it in a positive way. This invention describes so and so. My invention has the competitive edge over the existing invention because of so and so specific feature. That you need to very, very clearly you need to mention. Please don't write in a negative way portraying this is bad invention or they are not included this feature. Don't do that. Please go in a positive way that this is describing so and so, wherein my invention is specifically describe this particular notion addition to the existing inventions. Please don't criticize or critique any existing prior arts. And fourth topic is objects of the invention. Objectives, we call it here as objects. Please don't confuse the English objects. Object is not a thing here. Here the important thing is it is a objectives of the invention. How you need to start? The primary object of the present invention is, you can say so and so, and the secondary object, or you can say further object, or another object or yet another object. This is the way we need to start the objectives or objects for that class. The primary object of the present invention is so and so. The another object of the present invention is so and so. The further object of the present invention is yet another object of the present invention is. So likewise, we can extend as many points it has. And next one is summary of the invention. In summary, we need to collectively say whatever the detailed manner you are going to give in the detailed description part in the seventh subheading or seventh part. Important notion here is we need to understand very clearly whatever the thing you did related to the invention, please try to capture in detailed description. That concise part you can put it in the summary part. Right? Please understand, very, very important, because if you think some of the points are may not be important, I need to here. Please don't do that. I request you, please include all the related points related to the invention. Either it may be test results, whatever are the cause, please include it here. If it is accompanying with the diagrams, please include it in the diagram separately. In diagram part, there is no color image allowed, and specifically there is no description is allowed in the diagram part. Black and white 2D images are allowed in diagrams or drawings. This important thing which you need to know. Otherwise, it may lead to rejection. Specifically, they won't accept the drawing. They ask us to redraw. This is the important thing where you need to understand is this concise part is summary, and drawings or diagrams are not mandatory as per the patent specification. But if it is a product, I kindly request you to go with the drawings. Even if it is a process flow diagram, please go ahead with the process flow diagram. There, the description is allowed. For example, if you are taking some steps, there the description is allowed. And finally, claims part. This is the heart of the invention. This is the most difficult part, or I could say, this is most craft in a better and easier manner, right? So this we need to have the much better clarity from that. Important thing, as we discussed, it has different types of claims, but major we can differentiate using two things. One important thing is independent claim, and another one is a dependent claim, right? So this independent claim is considered to be, as the name says, it is independent of all other claims. Dependent claims, specifically, it depends on the independent claim always. So this we need to have the clarity. Even one claim, if you have a distinct feature, or you could say one claim satisfies the patentability criteria, your patent will get granted. Should be minimum number of claims to be granted. One is sufficient. 1 plus is more than enough to claim it's your own invention. Even though if there is multiple claims, if some of the inventions, some of the claims may lose the novelty, don't worry. If your one independent claim alone, if it gets novelty or a patentability criteria, the patent will get granted. Please have this clarity. Also, this claims part alone, I will explain in little detailed manner in the upcoming slides. First, we'll have the summarized view of this one. And the abstract part, it should be less than 150 words, and it should start with the present invention is start with the title. Most important thing, because this is one of the amendments in most of the first examination report comes, they ask us to do. That is, the present invention is, for example, let us take the same thing, red ballpoint pen. You need to mention the title and then you need to proceed further. Even abstracts can accompany with the small 2D diagrams or 2D diagrams in general. But it should be the, as you know very well, for the journal, we will give the entire crust in the form of a 2D diagram. So claims alone, I will explain in a little detailed manner. I just mentioned here how to download any patent from Indian patent database. Most of you would have aware, so I don't want to get into so much detail about this. Just you can open up this Indian patent advanced search system in pass, type any application number. Now the IDE, the screen has been changed to only up to this one. This part is available now, and the final captcha is bring in here. You can add as many you want. This like features you can add as many you want, but here I am giving simple application number. I'm just giving some date range. I'm getting so many patterns. At the bottom you have a captcha, you can type and give search. You can see so many patterns. All are downloadable. You can download any one pattern for that class. You can download and see how they have written. As I mentioned, the present invention relates to the specific field and domain. As I told, more specifically, the present invention relates to. So you can follow any of the things for that class, any database, but please just follow whether they use the same way of drafting. Somebody may draft just like that. Please don't go ahead. Please stick on with the procedure or the format, the main object of the present invention, another object, the further object, still further object, yet another object. All these are format they have really followed. Detailed description part, so many things you can include here. This is the one I would like to cover in detail. For example, you need to start the claims like this. Claims, I or V claim is wrong. You need to give either I or V claim. If the multiple applicants are there, you need to start with V claim. Don't use the I or V claim. If it is single applicant, you can start with I claim. First, you need to start with the article A or an. Depends upon the title. And then consisting of, if you use, it consists to be the closed loop. Only these components should be the part of the invention. Else you need to mention comprising of. It means there are multiple components among which I'm claiming only this. Characterized in that, or characterized that, or characterized by so and so. And if you are using there in the diagram, you need to mention the number also. And the A should come here. A plurality of, there are multiple in numbers, so they have used. If we are using characterized that, again, this should come below this. And here you need to put comma. And here also you need to put comma. These are all some of the changes. Don't want to bother. In detail, we'll look at. See, wherein is the class to denote the main class, or I could say the main assembly, or I could say the first subassembly. If it has further subassemblies, you need to go ahead and mention it as a therein, thereby, right? And here you could see first we are claiming with the article A or an. Second time, if you are claiming the same component, you need to go for the article. Here you could see the article, the article. These are the important things. Even it has multiple meaning, because what is the meaning of A or an here? If you are claiming for the first time, you need to use the article A or an. If you are using for the second time in the claims part, you need to use the word the. Similarly, every part you need to start freshly. For example, you are using the same format here in the abstract. First time, if you are using that particular component or a feature, you need to start with a. Second time, you can go ahead with the. Every even detailed description part, first time a and second time the. Every sub topics, you need to start with this basic content. So, as I told, title can be in this way, or the present invention is a system for you can start this way also. Now we will slowly move on to the patent search part. Now we are all familiarized with the AI tool. Can anybody say if my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Here again, I am giving the same keyword, red ball point pen is the ultimate keyword to be searched. Here you could see I'm just giving the same double quotation, but in AI tool, it works in a different manner. Provide the related patents with their link, right? Stem search. It is doing a search. I told related, I left the word patent. So how it has been searched, you can see how many variants, how many features, how it is differentiating. You could see here. Now I am just refining it. Related patents here. Things. Now you can see very casually it is summarized. Some patents which is specific here. And here you could see it is given one remark. If you like, I can pull more recent patents in the last 10 to 20 years specific to red ballpoint pen, possibly from India or patent office in Asia. Do you want that? But my aim is I don't want to confine it with India alone. Even this is very broad search for me because I have mentioned what is the specific feature. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to introduce the feature to this. What is the specific feature I'm going to use here is red ballpoint pen with, or I could use the word like this, automatic color changing ballpoint pen. Now you could see I have changed the topic to search in this manner. Enter. Sometimes it says that I'm taking longer time. Wait. See, there are so many related patents. Again, I exactly don't know how it is really differs. So I'm giving provide the difference in my invention with the related. See, what is the question it is asking? Got it? Do you clearly difference analysis between your invention, automatic color changing mechanism? I will need to describe your invention in your own words. For example, please clarify how does your pen change the color? This is what I told very clearly, that while keeping the title, we should be very, very precise. Automatic color changing mechanism, really, it doesn't know how I am doing it. So that is the reason why it is asking, is the color change automatic, triggered by a temperature, light or pressure or electronic or manual switch cartridge? For example, do you want to focus on ink chemistry patterns? So you should see here, it is leveraging a very wide opening for our same invention. I am simply giving through my little tougher, so we'll go with the normal thing. Through electronic means with a sensor in the nib, provide similarity and distinct feature by now I have mentioned it is through electronic means. So now you could see very well, simply it is giving in the form of a comparison table. And finally, see, this is the way it is highlighting. What does it mean? It says that the novel points of your invention, electronic plus sensor integration in it. No existing pattern describes automatic sensor-based color change switching in the ballpoint pens. Active control versus passive control, electrochromic and photochromic inks, only can react passively in environment when your pen is actively indicates color. Whether it is a programmability or a versatility, your system could in principle link to the digital signals, Bluetooth app or etc., enabling a programming ink selection unique compared to the static chemical or manual designs, broader ink choice, not limited to the special dyes including the standard blue, red or green color inks. So see, this is the key novel points it is giving out. Even though we don't know these inventions are more similar or not, if you are specifically giving the exact keyword along with simple description or the prompt, if you are say that, it should giving the invention very closer. Even with this, we can specify how the search can be further carried out. Take these points. As I told, you don't know what is IPC. You mentioned provide the exact international patent classification code for connecting these features. But please remember that you know very well, I don't want to give too much hint about that, because nowadays you know very well you don't get the exact result what I'm getting, because you know very well the each and every prompt, same prompt, if you give in different database, it works in a different manner only. The reason for that, you know very well, whatever the way we have given the input so far and whatever the way we give a search, automatically it gets refined. So you can see here easily it is brought in the similar inventions. First one, ballpoint pen, multiple point writing and interaction and color changing mechanism, color code detection and replication. So these are very specific. Electronic pen with retractable nib, electronic image sensing pen with focus sensor, digital stylus. Digital stylus we do not concentrate. Only our aim is pen. So here these two may be the closest one. See, cursor appears, behavior are the change of the user viewpoint respect to the environment of the object. So if you give the same IPC and you can give the specific features, please understand these features, it should be very specific, because the IPC, as I told, it is related to specifically only for the feature and not for the entire invention. Now I am asking provide the patents with link for OIPC with the specific features mentioned. Specific features provided are mentioned. See, very simple. Now it is doing it in a much faster way. And you don't have to bother much about this. It's giving very clearly, and you can get very only 3 inventions very closer to the search what we performed. But you can see here the same thing what we performed here, it has multiple inventions closer to us. Even you could see here only 3 closest invention it is brought in. Here it is mentioning how it is related to our invention also. Additionally, I am not asked for this, but it has given electronic sensor. This is very closest. While the patent about discussion electronic pen with color changing capabilities. See, it is very closer to my color changing mechanism. Second one, your invention ability to actively detect and change the color based on the sensor input. See again, closest to my invention, closest to my specific feature. That is what I would like to emphasize here. The potential of your pen linked to the digital signals, right? Programmably changing. So some of the things you could see, it is very specific search I could obtain here. Right? Now what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to With this feature, I'm going to ask the patent draft for this. Sorry. Provide a patent draft to file a patent. Yeah. I'm just emphasizing the vicinity also. To the specific features I have mentioned. That's all. It is started drafting a patent for us. Very clear, applicant inventor. We do not have to consider this at this juncture. It has coined a title, electronic ballpoint pen with sensor-based automatic ink color switching. See, it is less than 15 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you could see field. I have not insisted anything. It is very precisely, clearly started. The present invention relates to the writing instrument, specifically to an electronic ballpoint pen interrupting sensor for the automatic ink switch based on. And background I have not asked, it has given. There are, you need to hear, you shouldn't, you can, but it is better to go and describe based on the existing inventions like this or similar inventions. You can write the US patent number and the title and then give a small description here in the background or prior art part. Objects, it has left out, but you need to include objects next to the background. Summarizing, it is summarized in that own way. Detailed description, we are not given anything, so it is taken as such. And you can see the claim, it has been drafted. But you can note importantly here, it is started with an, second claim the. And specifically, this I told as independent claim. These are all dependent claim. You need to start the pen as claimed in claim 1, wherein the sensor detects the pressure. So think it of what I have shown there and here. It has many things to modify. That is what I told very clearly. For patent search, you could rely on a tool, but patent drafting you shouldn't, because as I told, it leaves out the core inventive step here. Are the patentability you need to further refine, but you could achieve better claims also. You can mentioning the features clearly and how the results are come up, but still I suggest you need to have the human intelligence to converge or redraft it in a much better and proper manner. This is the way you need to correct your claims. Here I am giving here the features can be comprising of a color identifying sensor and a battery backup. Include this the features mentioned above. Draft and independent claim for Indian patent. See, now you could see the better form of the patent drafting. But the important thing missing here is I never give the image to that, and I have never mentioned the number next to it. For example, nib, I should mention 1 in case of diagrammatical representation, or drawings I have included. Always the claim, if it is a product claim, I suggest you go to the image, you draw the 2D diagram image and you can paste it here, and as to draft the claim, it may refine in a better way. But here, these things are considered to be the features of the pen: a nib, a microcontroller, electronic control, and a battery backup. Therein, you need to use the word characterized by or characterize that, then only you need to start drafting this part. That is the wherein, as I told, this is the main subclaim, main part or first sub part. You can see sub assembly, it is mentioned by using thereby clause. It's a very, very important while drafting a claim. You need to understand whether it is covered in a wider manner. Now I think almost like, any doubts so far? Any doubts? Okay, now I'll stop sharing. I'll open the forum for queries. Please, if you have any doubt, you can unmute and ask now, or you can post in the chat box itself. Any specific doubts related to this? Anybody would like to ask any question?
Sir, if we write claims based on ChatGPT, will that be good to write, or we should write by our own?
I suggest you please draft claims alone by yourself, because the most predominant thing, as I told the invention, it is better to draft claims alone by yourself, because most of the predefined databases, even for me, I may get the better claim because I would have tried so many times how the claims can be refined. But if you try for the first time, obviously the claims will not up to the filing level. So I suggest you, even you can try with multiple AI tools also. Mostly we can try with Google Gemini and even Cloud AI. Anything you can try and compare and see, but stick with the basic fundamental steps what I have discussed. Because as I told, the claims part is completely the one which is going to give you the patent grant. If you make even a small mistake, it obviously affects your invention's granting stage.
Yeah, why? Because right now I'm working for IPR department in Lovely Professional University.
Okay.
I generally handle the agriculture school patents and their drafting, filing, and everything. And so there, most of the time we face difficult because as per traditional claims, most of their innovations or inventions will come under category of traditional use. Most of the examiner, whatever FERs we receive, they claim like that only, based on that point only. In those cases, how we can argue or talk to examiner means when we are giving reply after RFE, when we give reply in the form of FER, for the examiner, how we will convince based on, suppose a formulation is there, I have used some tulsi and something, some kashaya I made with some different plants. So the for his in terms of his thing, it might be an innovation or the combination or ratio what he might be used. There might be one clause I will get that I can defend for it. But patent examiner, when they tell these plants or belong to all traditional use, which is already done, in those cases, how I will defend with the examiner?
So for others, I will repeat the question. For example, if the product is related to some herbs, let us take the basil leaves, tulsi or something like that for that cause, how you could define the patent examiners or controllers for that cause. While doing, obviously, you can get the class or section called, it is a traditional knowledge under section 3, non-patentable criteria. They will say your invention is not patentable.
Yes.
Please don't use the product as such. Let us take even you are grinding that is also the convertible portion. Even grinding, please don't mention it is simply I'm grinding it. You mention appropriately for this proportion. For example, I am grinding for 5 minutes in some kind of a mixture or mixing or some mixing unit. and I'm applying so and so pressure only with that
Sorry,
specific.
sir, sorry to interrupt. Whatever
please.
you said now, I can put these in terms of claims.
Yes,
Okay.
everything you should mention it is like a process claim, and specifically the claims or method claim, or generally we call it as, you can write this as a method or a process. Method comprising of, you need
Yeah,
to mention
title
each,
itself we will mention as a method.
exactly, each and every step you need to write it. For example, even you are taking a tulsi and converting it to any different form, all those forms should be captured in the form of a method claim as detailed as you can. Even infusion of water, let us take at what room
Okay, how
temperature.
much time I have boiled, all those
Exactly,
things.
exactly.
Okay, thank you, thank
Every
you.
step should be captured clearly. Then only, and all the, for example, if you are
And
giving,
these each step should be completely, I should mention in the claim.
yes.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And,
Thank you so much.
thank you. Just to add some points to that. See, for example, each the methodology, if you are claiming methods, if you are claiming, it should be supported by the test what he has conducted or she has conducted. The test part, it should be covered in the detailed description part. They call this as a fair disclosure. Whatever the content, if we take, it's supposed to be in the detailed description while submitting the response in the form of a response to first examination report, that is FER. That is most important, because most of the biomedical people, they have this problem, because they need to understand how that has been arrived and whether the method is novel or the product is novel. This problem always been there, but my suggestion is you go with the detailed method first and then land up with the product at the end. Vice versa also can be done. If the product is novel, you can claim the product first, then go the method of manufacturing it or producing it. This difference you need to mention very clearly, else it is very, very hard for you to face the examiners or controllers.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other doubt? Any other specific doubt, please feel free.
Sir, I want to ask one question, sir. Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, suppose when we some design patent, fine, when it is granted,
Okay.
and that design we want to convert it in a product form. That design we are making for a product, and we want that we will file a product patent.
Okay.
So, is it possible, sir, or it will be an issue whether it will catch or it will be caught in a prior art? What, sir?
Okay, sure. I'll repeat the question first. See, Sarah has filed one design patent first. Colloquially, we shouldn't call design patent. Actually, in Indian, we call it as industrial design.
Yes.
Sarah wants to convert industrial design into a product patent, specific product patent. So for that, he is going to use the same design. Please understand, in design, we never claim the feature of that any specific product. Let us take, for a design, Sarah would have claimed only the exterior feature, that is non-functional features of the object or a product can be registered on the form of an industrial design. Sir, you can very well go ahead with the same design, but it should be in a 2D form, black and white 2D diagrams you should use for the product claim, or we could generally call it as patents. You can claim with the same 2D diagram, but here the claim should be very specifically on the functionality. Let us take, as I mentioned, the color changing mechanism of a pen. In design, if you simply draw a pen, maybe adding one or two features, specifically mentioning the sensor, and it is different from the existing design, obviously you'll get design registration for that. Simultaneously, you can, I am applying for a patent on patent grant, specifically on product. I need to mention how that sensor works, how the conversion of color can be appear. All these specific patentable criteria should be claimed in the part of the invention. This you can very well do it, and it never be a prior art to the existing invention. And in addition to that, one product may have n number of multiple IPs. Same product, multiple intellectual properties are allowed.
Okay, sir.
So
Okay.
I have
Thank
answered
you.
to a start to reflection.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Clear, sir? Any other queries, you can feel free. So much for your feedbacks. What is the time frame for examination? What's the time frame for examination after publication of a patent? Generally, sir, it valids for almost, if you are not filing the yearly publication, that is Form 9, it exists for, it generally the patents get published within 18 months time period. But if you are filing Form 9, it publishes within 3 weeks to maximum 3 months time. This is the general time frame for publication. Time frame for examination after publication. What is the time frame for examination after the publication of patent? That's what here the problem is. After publication, first stage is publication, as you know very well. After publication, we cannot exactly say the time frame, because this is purely depends on the priority what they fix. We really don't have any validation to achieve that, because patent controllers and examiners are the know the priority. Accordingly, only they will assess the case and decide the time frame. As I told, my first patent filed in 2011, published in 2011, but got granted only in 2019. I got the examination report itself after 3 years. So the time frame we cannot define, sir, but we can say now the system was really very fast. If you go for, as I told, Form 18A, if you are filing it, obviously we can get a grant within 1 year time period or a maximum of 1.5 years. First examination report you can receive within 1 year time. So answer to, thank you, sir. Any other question? You can feel free to
Sir,
post.
like how we pay extra for early publication,
Early publication
1600
through
plus.
form. Yes, sir.
In the
Please
same
proceed.
way, we can pay fees for RFE also.
Yeah, exactly. So specifically, what shall we do? One specific notion is we can, for example, if you want to publish earlier, we can file Form 9. The publication fees for that is 2,500 for e-filing. If you are going for a physical filing, you need to pay 2,750 rupees for physical filing. Physical filing means hard copy, you need to take a TD and send it to the corresponding patent office. E-filing, you know very well, online filing with the digital signature, it should be validated. Similarly, patent examination also you can faster it nowadays, expedite examination through Form 18A, but this is applicable only for online mode and not applicable for physical mode. For that, we need to pay 8,000 rupees.
Okay, if we don't publish early publication also, suppose today I filed, after 18 months it got published, then I can pay this 8,000 and do for the RFE first?
Yes, you shall, but you think it of publication is the first mode. Anyhow, you go for after 18 months, almost it's like a 2.5 years. Even if you leave it, it's generally you can get the first examination report after 2.5 years. So that clarity we need to have, because for example, 18 months automatically it get published. After that, you are paying rupees for expedite examination. Obviously, you can get the first examination report faster, but still I suggest you file it in the first phase itself. While filing itself, you go for yearly publication along with yearly examination, that is expedite examination, so that you can get a grant at the earliest possible time. As I told, 1 year to 1.5 years maximum.
Okay, sir. After submitting FER, if
Yes.
the case is not going for hearing,
Okay.
how much is the maximum time to get it granted?
It's like $1 billion question, sir. Nobody can answer to this. But my suggestion is, if you are, for example, if 2-3 months.
Because I have seen some cases. I
Yes.
submitted one FER on Feb 7th. It was
Okay.
granted on Feb 19th without hearing. But
Very
there
good.
are some cases I submitted last year also, FER,
Yes.
but
Yes.
still it is not granted.
Exactly. There are so
And
many
it has
cases.
it has been not called for hearing also.
Exactly. There are so many cases. Even I can give you an example. we can give a time frame for copyright is only 6 months. But surprisingly, one of my clients got copyright hearing after 3.5 years. So this was the problem here is we cannot really define the time frame. But my suggestion is if there is no response from patent controllers after 3 months or 6 months, you can request them. Sir,
After FER.
after yes, after FER, request them. Maybe after a 6 months, you can very well request them. Sir, my case is on the stage of first examination report response you have submitted on so and so date. I kindly request you to consider our case. We can request, but we cannot make them to do.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Proceed.
Sir, one last question, sir.
Please, please.
Suppose I have used some plant material and
Okay.
for some formulation or to make some syrup. And when I check, those plant materials are not under the NBA approval list will be there na, in that category. But still,
NBA.
even in FER reply, if examiner is asking, NBA
NBA.
approval is needed for this plant material. In those cases, what shall I defend when I'm giving reply to
This
in
I
FER?
suggest you because they bluntly decide based on the species you have used. Whether it is they simply if you used any name, they ask us to go for NBA. You can say that you can mention it is not in the list of NBA, so we are not actually applied for NBA. You kindly consider or waive this objection. You can respond to them
We
for
can
the
write
question.
like that NBA approval is not required as the plant species
Please don't use the word
please.
not required. It is not. Please be humble with the response. Because you know very well the controllers never what to say. They are not bound with us.
Yes.
I suggest you please go ahead with the humble way of doing it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Sure,
much.
sure. Any other queries? And feel free to ask. Any queries? You can feel free. If there is no query, I'll request the host to take it. I request the host to proceed further. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Meanwhile, I'll leave my mobile number and mail ID for the participants. If you have any queries, you can feel free to contact.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much,
delivering
sir.
an excellent session on AI-driven patent searching as well as drafting. I hope everyone has benefited and gained insights on how to use AI in patent drafting as well as searching strategies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And dear participants, as per schedule, we have scheduled our assessment between 6:30 p.m. to 7:15 p.m. So you all can log in your AICTE-ATAL portal. And in the left-hand side, you can find the assessment, and you can navigate to assessment and take the test between the 6:30 p.m. to 7:15 p.m. So you will be having 25 questions, 25 MCQ questions, and you will be having a duration of 45 minutes. So if you log in, I request all of you to log in your ATAL portal, and you can take the assessment within the next 10 to 12 minutes. So by the time of 6:30, you all will be able to take that assessment.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yeah,
I'm extremely
just,
to say so. Sorry, sir.
yeah, we will
This
be
is
checking your attendance, madam. We will be checking your attendance because 2-3 participants are giving only characters, not in names. So we will be checking now in your attendance of
Yes, sir.
both the dates.
Yes, sir. Because I attended all the sessions, sir. Not only
No. If you attended, we will be
also
definitely it will be present,
the
madam.
sessions.
Yeah. Because in WebEx we have all the participant list, including who are all logged in mobile, who are all logged in laptop, how many minutes you are logged in each and every day. all the data are automatically saved in the portal.
Yes, sir.
So
Once
we
check
will
it
be
out,
checking
sir.
your email ID now. I just sent to my host team now. They will be checking your email ID whether you are present or not. If you are present as per that, they will be modifying within 2 to 3
Sure, sir.
minutes.
Sure. I filled all the
Yeah,
feedback forms also, sir. I attended all the sessions. Once check it out, sir.
yeah, they are checking.
Sure, okay, sir.
Uh,
Sure. Thank
Sir
you. Sir,
Shaktivel
shall I
sir.
give exam or not now?
Yes, sir.
Shall I
You can
give?
check after 2 to 3 minutes. You can check in your Atal portal login, madam.
Okay, sir. Right. Thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Yes. Any other
Shaktivel,
queries, participant?
Shaktivel sir, my
Yes,
query
sir.
is simple thing. Once we have done with all the things, valedictory is over. Within how many days we may expect the certificate?
Maybe by Monday we will be sending the list to AICT, sir. You will be able to download within maybe by next week Monday.
Okay, okay, sir. And test results we can able
Good
to
evening,
see
sir.
immediately after
I
the
want to
once
just
exam is given.
clarify this.
Yeah, immediately you will be able to check the
Yes, sir.
results. Yeah.
Okay, okay, sir.
Once
Thank you.
participant will submit the assessment and feedback, automatically they can download immediately this their certificate. I think there is no need to wait for 1 week. They can go to the certificate tab and they can download immediately once they fill the
Yeah,
application.
automatically those who have completed all the assessment feedback as well as attendance for all the thing, if you are satisfied, then it will be able to download immediately.
Yeah,
Anyway, we
These
will
are
check in the 7:15
yes, sir.
p.m. sir.
One more thing, sir. Actually, I want to want to ask because we have also conducted the ATAL FDP in the August, and at the time of assessment, because this portal ATAL portal is made up of for I think 100 participants. If si- at the same time number of participants login, then the website is basically hanged
Okay,
and
okay,
many
okay.
of the participants got confused because question are not moving from the if they press the tab next actually. So I think
Okay,
they
okay.
can attempt
No, no,
for
I think I hope there won't be any problem in today, sir, since we are conducting on Saturday evening. So I think there won't be any server issue today.
yes sir actually.
Hopefully, you all will be able to take the assessment successfully. So
Yes sir, yes, sir.
by the time of 6:30, you will be able to log in and check the assessment, start the
means
assessment.
Atal
And
website our attendance is updated every day, sir.
yeah, it's already updated.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Till yesterday, we updated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Same issue I have faced in the other FTP also. While attending the ATAL exam, okay, in the ATAL portal, we were unable to submit the test finally. There was a network issue.
Okay. No problem, madam. If we are facing anything, we can write to Atal. Not a problem, not an issue.
Okay, sir. For the past two ATAL FTP, I have faced this issue, sir. Till 10 question, the network was very good. But after the 10th question, the network was too slow and we were unable to submit. We
Okay.
were waiting for several minutes to submit the answer for each question. Finally,
Okay,
it was
okay,
too
okay.
late to
I
complete
can
the
understand, madam.
result.
Anyhow, hopefully, there won't be any problem today. We will be in online. We will be checking.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Sir, ATAL portal is slow, sir. I can able to submit only 3. The fourth question is not getting open.
Do it slowly, madam, because everybody is doing, no? So we can write to ATAL all these things. But anyway, those things are not in our control.
Yes, sir.
So you have time till 7:15. So please try to make the assessment. Those who complete can inform us.
So totally how many questions, sir?
Totally 25 questions, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can't able to open the assessment,
Hello.
ma'am.
Hello. I submitted the answers. Fine. So, what about filling the feedback form? Where should I
Sir
click?
Kartik, can you repeat your question, please?
No, I don't have a question. But I submitted the answers.
Okay.
Fine.
Ah.
So, I want to see my score actually.
Uh,
Possible to see?
I think you can go to the test score or something and you can see, I think.
No problem,
But,
sir. If you complete it successfully, it will show your mark after some time. Maybe the portal is very slow now.
Okay, fine. Okay, feedback form, which is there on the
Yeah,
left
yeah.
side.
In the ATAL portal also, you have to submit your feedback form.
Yeah, ATAL portal itself only I am filling it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can't able to start the assessment, ma'am.
Madam, there is some network issue. Can you please log out and then log in again and check for the assessment tab, which is there on the left hand side of your portal?
Uh, Hi, ma'am. I would like
Yes,
to
ma'am.
inform all the participants because we have already conducted. There is no restriction ki you have to attempt before 7:15. Because as
Okay.
organizer, I think you can't set the timing ki you have to complete before 7:15. Because you have only can set the timing 6:30. Ki you can start at 6:30. So any
Okay.
participant can start at 7. They can start at 8, but you will get only 45 minutes. So even though
Okay,
this
fine.
portal will work tomorrow up to tomorrow morning as well, I think up to 12 12 p.m. So
Okay,
because
okay.
if otherwise if you start right now, na, because in case there will be internet issue or website issue, you will get only 45 minutes, and
Yes, sir.
you will not able to complete your test actually.
Yeah, right.
So better you will be patient and start once your portal is open perfectly, and then you can start your assessment. I think that would be better advice.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
I'm getting messages from participants. Some of the participants has already completed the test, and for those whose internet is slow or Atal portal is slow, don't worry. We will write to AICT and we can get the problem resolved. So if you are not able to take the assessment within proper time, also don't worry, participants. We can write to AICT and get the certificate.
Sir, I submit the feedback also. That portal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I hope you have completed test as well as feedback.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Please wait, sir. By the time of 7:30, we will complete the validation session.
Okay, sir.
participants, if you are not able to log in and take the assessment, please don't worry. We will write all the problems to AICTE, and all the registered participants and who have those who have not able to take the assessment, we will write their names and write the problem to AICTE, and we will get the problem resolved, and we will get the certificate. So I request, don't be panic, don't worry if you are not able to log in the AICTE portal. So maybe AICTE-ATAL portal server is very slow. So we don't have any control on ATAL server. So it's totally the control is in the Delhi office. So if anybody is not able to take the test, don't worry. We will give our contact number, email ID during the valedictory session. So at the time, you can all write to our email so that we will get the problem. We will take a list and make a list and write to AICTE and get the problem resolved. By the time of 7:30, we will start a valedictory session. I request all participants, those who have completed the assessment, you can submit feedback which is available in the same ATAL AICTE portal. You have to complete both feedback as well as assessment.
Done, sir. From my side, I have completed both the things.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Many of participants have completed assessment as well as completed their feedback. So we will wait for another 10 minutes, and by the time of 7:30, we will go for validation. And
Sir,
those, tell me, sir.
when will you get the certificate, sir?
Actually,
Certificate,
it has
sir.
to download immediately since the portal is very slow. You will be able to you just check again after some time or by tomorrow, sir.
This is
Sir, means where
Mahendran.
to click, sir, for certificate?
Yeah, there is a link given for certificate. So once
Okay,
we
yes,
will be
okay.
able to, from coordinator side, we have to submit the completion report to AICTE. Then you will be able to download your certificate. For those who satisfied those two prerequisite like 70% attendance and 80% of marks in the assessment. So if you both requisite has been qualified, you will be able to download certificates immediately.
Sir, this is Mahendran.
Yes, sir.
Sir, feedback is not available, sir. Feedback form.
You have completed your assessment, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Downside, you can find a feedback icon, sir. Please try
Okay.
again. If not, you just log out and log in again, and you will be able to do that.
Thank you.
This is Ramesh.
Maybe the server is very slow from
Sir,
ATAL side. That is why.
sir, my time got expired, but I have attended only 16 questions.
Okay.
So how I cannot submit, or if I'm giving save next, your answer has been recorded. Only it is coming.
Okay, no problem, sir. While validity session, I will give my contact number as well as email ID. Just write what has happened. So we will take a list of all the participants and send to AICTE to provide certificate or again taking an exam. So anything, the problem will get resolved as early as the possible at the earliest. Because the server response control is not in our hands. We are also not experienced this kind of problem. So this is the first time. So we will be writing to AICTE and we will get the problem solved at the earliest.
So, shall we log out from that website, sir, ATAL portal? Because still we are trying from
Yes, madam.
6:30
If you are not able to do, leave it and you can try after some time, madam.
Okay, sir.
Just for
Thank you,
the
sir.
finishing assessment.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Please be online. Our validatory session will start by 7:30 sharply by after 5 to 10 minutes. So we will finish it off, and I will give my contact number and email ID also. You can try to.
Will you give us a email ID to contact, or you people send the email IDs to the Delhi officer?
Dear participants, again I'm repeating, the participants who have completed, no problem, you will get the certificate. And the participants, if you are not able to complete the assessment and on time, no problem, you can write to us. We will get the problem resolved. I will write to AICT. So I request all of you not to worry for if you are not able to take the assessment on time. Participants, those who have completed the assessment, you can complete feedback also in your login portal.
Participants, those who have completed the quiz, congratulations. And participants who are not able to complete the quiz, so we have raised the issue, like you can write to us, and that the contact details and the email will be shared to you at the last. So you can write to us, and the details, it will be rectified. The error will be rectified as soon as possible. And we move on to the valedictory session. So, and I also request all the participants to fill in the feedback form, which is there on the ATAL portal, as well as on the feedback link, which is posted in the chat box. So kindly fill it. So these are mandatory requirements for getting your FDP certificate. So now we'll move on to the valedictory session. With great pride and joy, I, Dr. R.R. Rashmi, Program Coordinator, Co-Coordinator, Department of Biotechnology, PSG College of Arts and Science, warmly welcome you all to the valedictory session of the AICTE-ATAL 6-day online faculty development program on fostering intellectual property strategies for advancing healthcare and medical technology innovations, organized by the Departments of Biochemistry and Biotechnology in association with IPR Cell PSG CAS. Over the last 6 days, this FDP has been a journey of learning and enlightenment. We had distinguished speakers from academia, industry, and overseas institutions who shared valuable insights on IPR fundamentals, patent drafting, commercialization strategies, regulatory perspectives, AI-driven innovations, and medical device technologies. Each session enriched us with knowledge and practical wisdom, enabling us to look at healthcare and medical technology innovations through the powerful lens of intellectual property rights. Now, as we gather for the concluding session, let us take a moment to acknowledge the vision behind this program. I extend a heartfelt gratitude to Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, Managing Trustee, PSG and Sons Charities, our Chief Patron, Dr. T. Kannayan, Secretary, PSG College of Arts and Science, Patron, Dr. M. Sengutuan, Principal in Charge, who is the Chairperson, our Vice Principals, Dr. M. Jayanti and Dr. M. Umarani, the conveners, the head and also the heads of the departments of biochemistry and biotechnology for their constant encouragement and support. At this point, I invite Dr. J. Sindhil Kumar, Convener, Department of Biotechnology, PSG CAS, to present a brief report of the FDP. Over to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to one and all present here. It's indeed my duty to share the report of the FDP. The departments of biotechnology, biochemistry and biotechnology, in association with the IPR cell of PSG College of Arts and Science Coimbatore, had organized a 6 days AICTE-ATAL online FDP program entitled as Fostering Intellectual Property Rights, Strengthen for Advancing Healthcare and Medical Technology Innovation from the date of 15 to 20th September, such a long date. And the FDP was aimed to provide participants with in-depth knowledge and interdisciplinary research in connected with IPR and their applications in healthcare and medical technology innovations. Highlights of the session are Dr. Padmavati Manchikanti, IIT Kharagpur, delivered a session on the introduction of IPR and HEI and IPR strategies for advancing medical device technology, along with the insights into regulatory requirements. Dr. K.T. Vargesu discussed about the art of methodology patent drafting in healthcare, while Dr. Balaji Devarajan elaborated on AI-driven patent search and drafting, and Dr. Gauri Gargate, IIT Kharagpur, also demonstrated about the patent search strategies and spoke on the communication of IP protected biomedical innovations. Dr. Maithili Saravanan, USA, emphasized the role of research in advancing medical therapeutics, and Dr. Priyadarshini M. shared her perspective in innovations in healthcare, and Dr. Chinnadurai Mani, Texas Technological University, USA, has explained over the integrated medical devices, Mr. Dyaharaj Gupta D, Deputy Controller of Pattern and Design Chennai, highlighted the process of converting academic innovations to industrial pipeline through IPR. And Dr. D. Padmavati, Dhananjeevan Labs, discussed about AI drug discovery, and Dr. L. Karthik, Argin Private Lab Limited, spoke about the advanced and biomedical technological innovations. Dr. Satish Kumar, VFL Life Science, gave insights into IPR biomedical applications. And finally, the program was concluded with an online test and the participant feedback, followed by the valedictory session, followed by the session. And the FDP has actively witnessed the participation of faculty from all over the nation, and who across the India who gained valuable exposure in cutting edge development of IPR, pattern, and healthcare innovations. The session was successfully enhanced the participant understanding on IPR strategy, strengthened their ability to translate academic research into innovations, prepared and navigate the role of patenting landscape in healthcare and medical technology. With that note, I also thankful to the convener and co-convener of the program, Dr. M. Saktivel and Dr. R.R. Reshmi, for organizing such a wonderful program for the benefit of the faculty participants. And I am also very much thankful to the coordinator, the convener from the biochemistry department, Dr. Ramesh, who was supporting all the events like this. And to the overall, I'm thankful to the principal, management, and secretary for providing me an opportunity to thank you one and all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it is my privilege to invite Dr. B. Ramesh, Convener, Department of Biochemistry, PSG College of Arts and Science, to deliver the valedictory address.
Hello all, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good evening to all connected online. First of all, I want to thank Science for permitting us to conduct the 6-day online faculty development program on fostering intellectual property rights, strategies for advancing healthcare and medical technology innovations, sponsored by ATAL Academy. My gratitude to all the resource persons and Dr. T. Kannayan sir, Secretary, as well as Dr. M. Sengutuvan sir, Principal in charge of PSG College of Arts and Science, for their constant support in making this event happen in a successful manner. My greetings to the convener, Dr. J. Sendil Kumar, as well as the organizers, Dr. K. M. Shaktivel, as well as Dr. R. Rashmi, for their innovative idea in organizing such an effective faculty development program through online mode for 6 consecutive days, particularly in the evening, without affecting anyone's routine. So it is, I think it is an innovative idea. And I should also thank the college ITMC team for their valuable support in connecting us in online for the past 6 days. Dear participants, I hope you had 11 resource persons across the globe to enrich your cognitive ability related to healthcare aspects. In reality, on one side in healthcare is Japan's biogel bandage, sealing wounds in seconds. Russia claims medicine for cancer. And China is developed a bone gel that can join the broken bones within few hours. And what about India? Recently, a doctor sitting in Hyderabad has successfully completed a robotic heart surgery for a 16-month-old child in Gurgaon, Delhi, which is 1,500 kilometers away, for the first time in the world, creating a history. At the same time, we note that many lives are lost in seconds, including cardiologists, idiopathically causing a mystery. The above mentioned history as well as mystery causes tremendous impact in our life. So we need to develop more strategies intellectually to understand both the advancements and also to unveil the critical situations. I am sure that the participants would have benefited from all the sessions in several aspects. My request to all the participants is not only you make use of it to achieve something in your life, but also to disseminate this information to others who had not had the opportunity to listen to our wonderful resource persons because of various reasons. And as per my request, the knowledge shared is power multiplied. So disseminate this information to others for the betterment of our country. Once again, I thank you all, including the organizers as well as the participants. Best wishes. Have great days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring valedictory remarks. We would now like to hear from our participants. Your reflections and feedback are truly valuable to us. So participants, you can kindly unmute and turn on your videos and you can share a few words about this program, please.
Good evening to all. Good evening to
Good evening.
organizers of the event, and distinguished speakers, and dear participants. Myself, Dr. Shekhar Tiwari, Assistant Professor, School of Sciences, PP Samani University, Gujarat. Take this proud
Sir,
privilege.
could you please turn on your video, please?
It's not opening. Okay, please.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
myself,
sir, it's
Dr.
fine.
Shekhar, Assistant Professor, School of Sciences, PP Samani University, Gujarat. Take this proud privilege to say a few words on the conducting day of the FDP on first intellectual property rights, strategies for advancing healthcare and medical technology innovations. Over the past few days, we have witnessed a rich exchange of ideas on how intellectual property rights, IPR, can serve as a powerful engine for progress in healthcare, from protecting path-breaking inventions and digital health platforms to encouraging fair access to life-saving drugs. Discussions have highlighted that innovations and ethics must go hand in hand. We have also learned about robust IPR strategies, patents, trademarks, trade secrets, and technology transfer frameworks. And also we want to know about how these strategies attract investments and between academia and industry and accelerate the journey from laboratory to patient care. At the same time, thoughtful policies ensure that these innovations must remain affordable and accessible, particularly in countries striving for universal healthcare. So as we close, let us carry forward three key messages. First, protect progress. Three key messages. First one is protect to progress. Strong IPR protection inspires bold research. Second is collaborate. Partnerships across the borders and disciplines convert ideas into product and thereby solutions. Third one is balance to serve. Innovations must always be guided by compassion and the larger goal of public health. Once again, I extend heartfelt thanks to our eminent speakers, our engaged audience, and the entire team who made this event possible. Apart from that, I express my thankfulness to Dr. Vinod Prabhu for giving me the opportunity to participate in this FDP. May the insights gained from this FDP inspire each of us to accelerate the innovation and shape a healthier and more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other feedbacks?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it really gives me a pleasure to share my feedback on this ATAL FDP on intellectual property rights. Of course, over the past week, this program has been highly enriching, well structured, and really thoughtfully executed. The distinguished resource persons deliver insightful sessions which really deepen our understanding of patents, copyrights, trademarks, then design rights, and their significance in our academic research and innovations. So I sincerely thank AICTE-ATAL, the organizers, coordinators, and resource person for providing me such an wonderful opportunity. So I'm confident that the learnings from this FDP will benefit our teaching, research, and professional growth. Thank you very much, especially to the coordinator of the FDP and Professor Rashmi ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Subhashini ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Subhashni, from the Assistant Professor from the Department of Biochemistry, PSG College of Arts and Science. I would like to thank PSG institutions and the organizers and ATAL Academy for providing the opportunity to attend this 6-day FTP program. It is very useful and informative, and it provided a deep insight into the IPR and different forms of IPR, which form of the IPR we should claim for our innovation. Like, and also especially they have mainly emphasized on the medical instruments, pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, and healthcare, which is the most needed essential part as of now. And also the most interesting part I would say is how to use the AI for assisting us for drafting the patent. So most of us will be don't know what to do while drafting a patent. So we can use even AI for assisting it. So these informations are very useful, and I would like to thank all the resource persons who patiently explained us all the process involved in patents for these 6 days, and also the organizers for organizing such a wonderful program for us. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other feedbacks? Okay. So now I invite a program coordinator, Dr. K.M. Shaktivel, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry and IPR Cell Coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to everyone present here in this meet. On behalf of Department of Biochemistry and Biotechnology, in association with IPR Cell, PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, it is my proud and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this 6-day AICTE ATAL sponsored FDP program on fostering intellectual property rights, strategies for advancing healthcare and medical technology innovations. First and foremost, I express our deep sense of gratitude to the sponsoring agency, AICTE ATAL Academy, for sponsoring this program and giving us the opportunity to organize it successfully. Our heartfelt thanks to our Chief Patron, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan Sir, Managing Trustee, PAG and Sons Charities, and our Patron, Dr. T. Kannayan, Secretary, PAG College of Arts and Science, for their constant support. We are grateful to our chairperson, Dr. M. Sengutuvan, principal in charge, and our vice principals, Dr. M. Jayanti and Dr. M. Umarani, for their encouragement and guidance throughout this program. A very special word of appreciation to all our eminent speakers from academia, industry, and overseas institutions who shared their knowledge and insights on diverse aspects of IPR, patents, healthcare, and medical technologies. Your contributions have truly enriched this program. I also extend my sincere thanks to our conveners, Dr. B. Ramesh, Head of the Department of Biochemistry, and Dr. J. Sindil Kumar, Head of the Department of Biotechnology, and my fellow coordinator, Dr. R.R. Rashmi, for their unwavering support in planning and executing this faculty development program. To all the participants from across India, almost we have 180 participants from 139 institutions. Thank you for your active engagement, enthusiasm, and the thoughtful interactions who made this session lively and impactful. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the IT team, especially Mr. Tanigay Well, who behind the scenes efforts ensured the smooth conduct of this FDP program. So a special thanks to the my IT team. With that, we bring this program to a close. Thank you once again, and I wish you all continued success in your academic, research, and professional endeavors. Once again, I thank you all, and a kind notice to all the participants and my email ID to all the participants. I would like to congratulate all the participants who have successfully completed their assessment, and regarding the participants who have faced some in ATAL portal or taking the assessments, you can write an email in a detailed email with all your details. We will resolve the problem at the earliest, maybe by Monday. We will get back to you with all the certificates, as well as for those who are not able to take exam also, we request AICTE to give a time to take your assessment and again download the certificate. So now I will share the contact. I hope all the participants will be able to see the contact email ID. So if any grievances or any if you are not able to take the assessments, the details you can write to us. We will try to sort out at the earliest. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.